You all here this evening, and at this time I would ask that you please turn off any electronic devices that you have so that we can avoid any disruptions during our meeting. We're fortunate this evening to have the Assistant Pastor Alex Christian from First United Methodist Church of Kissimmee who will be leading us in our invocation. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be Girl Scouts Troop 4157, Zoe Hopper, Ariel Hester, Skylar Roberts, Jennifer Negron, and Janice Negron. And then as you can see in front of me, we do have the Neptune Middle School Band under Director Howard Hart, who will be leading us in our national anthem. I'll ask if you'll please stand at this time for our invocation, our pledge, and our national anthem. Pastor?
Let us pray. Father, we come before you this time with grateful and thankful hearts for the blessings that you bestow upon us in this country, in our nation, in our community, and in this world. And we recognize that we live in turbulent times. We live in the midst of oppression. We live in the midst of violence. And we live in the midst of times that seem hard to get through. But we recognize that you're the God of all comfort. That in the midst of trouble, you bring us hope. In the midst of sadness, you bring us joy. In the midst of hatred, you bring us love. In the midst of unrighteousness, you bring righteousness. And we ask tonight that you would guide this meeting. You would guide the men and women of this Board of Education that you have called and appointed to be here for this time, for this season, and for this purpose, as your advocates, as your voices for the children of this community and of this county, Lord. We ask that you imbibe them with strength, with wisdom, with discernment, with knowledge, and with grace to make the difficult decisions, and to be the servants that you have called them to be here tonight, Lord. We ask that you would strengthen us with your grace, with your love, and your mercy to be vessels of the same as we follow your image, Lord, of being lights in the midst of the darkness, of being voices of joy in the midst of troubled times. Guide us, O Lord, and we ask this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Girl Scouts, if you would, in our pledge now.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ladies.
Put it down. So, there you go. Just put it down.
Thank you. You may be seated at this time, and thank you, Neptune Middle School Band, under the direction of Howard Hart, and thank you, Pastor, for leading us in the invocation, Girl Scouts for leading us in our pledge. Guys, great job, and Board, I think this is the way we should start the energy off of that was great, so we should start every meeting that way.
I like the symbol in front of you.
Yeah, the symbol in front of me was great. I just sound like a gonging cymbal all the time, right?
It's the Gong Show.
That's it. At this time, for our mission statement, Miss Virginia Scott, principal of Koa Elementary School, and then Dahlia will come to provide translation services. Welcome, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Our mission statement for our Osceola County School Board is education which inspires all to their highest potential.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Dalia Medina. I'm here to provide translation services. Mi nombre es Dalia Medina. Estoy aquí para proveer servicio de traducción. Gracias.
Thank you, Dahlia. Board, at this time, we will go into positive comments from board members. Mr. Wheeler, I'll start with you this evening, if I may.
Sure. First, I want to recognize St. Cloud High School for the artwork. They've got it here. The Phantom artwork is just incredible. Great job. I want to recognize the Celebration K boys volleyball team for successfully defending their county championship. They were county champs again in volleyball this year. Good job, Celebration K boys volleyball. I want to recognize everybody involved with Principal for a Day. You all did a great job, and I want to especially thank Ricky for working with Narcoossee Middle School, working with Frank Talemka.
Thank you for stealing my thunder on my positive comments.
Just elaborate, Ricky. I need to recognize, even though it did not end how anybody wanted it to, Osceola High School for their playing in the state championship for 7A football. They went up against what can only be described as Alabama or an NFL team. They went up against a team that can recruit with an offensive line average weight of 295 pounds. But they had a great season. We're proud of them. Finally, I want to do something a little bit different. I need to recognize this school board. I've been on the board for a long time, and I went to the Florida School Board Association conference the first week of December, which I do every year. This is the first time in over 6 years we've had 5 school board members attend, engaged, meeting with other board members from other counties. I appreciate all of you being there and being engaged, and you really. I know for a lot of you, this is just the way you're going to do things. This isn't the way it's been done for a long time, so I appreciate all you being there. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm done.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Soto?
Yes, first, I'd like to thank everyone. I know that a lot of us have to be here, but most of us do not, and so I really appreciate your presence here, and I thank you. Again, for the Osceola Cowboys, OHS, thank you. It was a thrilling ride. I wish it could have ended up differently, but you can hold your head up high. You did go against a very tough team, and you held your own. Congratulations to all of you. I also like to thank the Osceola County School for the Arts. They put up a wonderful Christmas production Thursday and Friday. I was there for the Thursday event. It was fascinating. It was entertaining. And it was inspiring. I had Bissett blasting all the way home in my radio. And finally, I'd like to go ahead and wish everyone a safe and happy holidays. We won't be meeting again like this until next year. It's been a wonderful year so far in 2014. I thank every single one of you, staff, board, and the members of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Mr. Thacker?
Jay took everything. So I was just going to mention the state school board meeting that we all did attend. District provides for us to go. That is very helpful. Can't speak for Ricky, but for myself, just to be able to meet so many members of school boards from other districts, to talk to them and see some of the issues they're facing, some similar, some dissimilar, but also to build contacts around the state, which I know I will certainly draw on during my tenure here. Also going to congratulate Osceola High School for a great season, a great run. It's nice to see your name, the district's name, and out in front in the paper for something very good and very positive. So that was very nice to see. I attended one of the reflective visits with Dr. Aikes at Osceola. I don't remember if it was last week or the week before now. But so we spent 2 or 3 hours in the school, and just I know many of you here spend every day in the school all day, but coming from the outside, where you don't spend every day in the school, all you hear are horror stories that it's out of control. Kids run around everywhere. I can tell you, the schools I've been in, it's not that way. It makes you feel really good when you do spend some time in a school and you walk around and you pass the students in the hallways and they're respectful and polite, and everything's orderly, and the teachers are, we went into, I don't know, 15 classes or 10 classes or something, and it's what you would think, without exception, those classes were what you would think a classroom would be like. So a lot of interaction, a lot of teaching, so very, very positive experience for me, and I appreciate you, Dr. X, for letting me do that. Thank you. And just lastly, again, reiterate, wish everybody happy holidays, because we will wrap up tonight for the years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Booth?
Yeah, I'd like to first start out by saying, or handing out a great big thank you to Ms. Lowe and the students at St. Cloud High School, and also, I'm going to read their names, they may not like this, Chip Bishop, Don Tarasi, Roger McCrimmon, Chris Baxter, Miss Betty Brown. The parade float that they put together was awesome. I got to participate in 2 of the 3 parades. Just Tim and I, just letting you guys know, it was just Tim and I love a parade. I was glad to participate, but those guys did a fantastic job, so thank you to them. Participated in the principal for a day. I'd like to thank Mr. Talimko from Narcoossee Middle for inviting me out. Then we had a great reception afterwards. I think it's a great program. I think Clarence spoke on it a little bit. You hear a lot about how great our schools are when people actually go inside of them. And one thing I did, and Ms. Luciano reiterated, was to please carry that message forward, because as I said at the meeting, perception is reality, but it's not always the truth. So make sure you carry that message forward to the folks in the community about how great our schools are, the leaders of our schools are. Again, attended the state conference in Tampa with all these guys over here. We had a great time. Just wanted to say, we ask all of our staff here, our teachers, to participate in some form of professional development throughout their career. And I think this was a great form of professional development for us, especially, I can't speak for Clarence, but as a new board member, I got a lot out of it, a lot of networking, and so thank all you guys for going. One thing on OHS, want to congratulate them again. My dad was a football and wrestling coach at OHS for a while, and he'll always say, if Ryan Adams was here, I'd tell him to start directing on this. Private schools should not be allowed to play public schools in our state championships. Look, Nate's shaking his head. It's really not fair. So congratulations to OHS to being the best public high school football team in 7A this year. And also, I'd like to just say, since we won't be meeting again until January, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Mr. Phelps?
Thank you, Mr. Weissar. First one I would like to recognize, and I see Leslie happens to be in the audience today. Christmas for the Kids was this past Saturday. When I went over, it was probably noonish or so. The place was just packed, full of holiday cheer. Lots of parents and their kids were there. Volunteers, I think there must be 250 volunteers there. Law enforcement was there to help with the event. Absolutely awesome event, and I appreciate all of the extra effort that it took, special programs and all of the volunteers. Also want to recognize maintenance. From what I understand, there was just a small little Christmas miracle prior to Christmas for Kids. I guess the evening before, there was a fixture in one of the restrooms that broke and flooded overnight, and a lot of the water went right into the expo center where the Christmas for Kids event was being held. They got in there very quickly, managed to clean up everything, and you wouldn't have even known anything had happened. And if somebody hadn't told me about it, I would never have even known it. So kudos to our maintenance department as well for making sure that the event was able to go off without a hitch. Also wanted to follow up. Several months ago, there was some discussion with the board and also with our teachers in reference to being pulled out of classrooms for professional development. It was asked from the board to find some ways to be creative and keep teachers in the classroom. And one of the things that was brought up was perhaps some Saturday in-service. That first in-service was held on Saturday. We had over 400 teachers, K through 5, attend over at Gateway High School. So it was a huge success. From what I understand, the teachers enjoyed it, and they appreciated the fact that they were able to, keep their time in the classroom and not have that disrupted. My last one, I'm going to defer over to Mr. Fancher. Mr. Fancher could come on up to the podium and do some recognition in reference to some of the artwork that's out in our lobby. Thank you, Mr. Fancher.
Well, thank you for having me speak tonight, and I'll try to keep it under 3 minutes, although sometimes it's hard for me to do that. But as you walked in tonight, I hope you did have a chance to take a few minutes and notice the artwork that was on display. It's not only on display here for you, but it's also on display at the Dr. Phillips Center for the Arts, the Walt Disney Theater. We had over 27 of our students able to participate in this process where they were designing the artwork and making the artwork, and they were able to actually go over to the theater where the artwork was on display on the stage, off the stage, at every entrance when you go into the theater. But even more impressive was the staff at the Center for the Arts had a Q&A session afterwards where our 27 students got to meet with the Broadway actors and have a Q&A session. It's really, really valuable when students, get to be part of the process of art, but it's even more powerful when they have the ability to have their artwork on display, not just on the refrigerator with some magnets. So, by all means, if you have a chance to stay and check the artwork out. We're going to be doing this again. We're wrapping up their Broadway series in the springtime with Anything Goes. So St. Cloud High School students will also be doing some artwork with that. And we look forward to it. So, but again, I'm the one speaking, but really I don't do anything. When you hear St. Cloud High School, what I try to do is to just find dedicated adults that work with our students both in and out of the classroom, and that's what we see here. The same art teacher that spent hours and hours and hours on this was the same art teacher that he spoke about that has gotten a float ready for the various parades year after year after year, and that's the type of people that this district has. So we're very, very lucky. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess the good thing about me going last is I don't have much to say because they've said all of it. I would just echo a great appreciation and thanks for the efforts with regard to the parade and the floats and the good time that we had and all the people that go into that. OHS, as mentioned, very proud of their accomplishment, and there's nothing that they should feel bad about. It was a tough game, a tough challenge, but they were absolutely stellar all season long and have nothing but pride is what they should have. The last thing I want to mention is COA. We're going to have a presentation tonight, but I did have the opportunity to attend the Blue Ribbon Banquet, and I want to just personally recognize and thank you guys for your efforts at that school as well, and I know we'll get to celebrate that success here in just a little bit. Last thing I would say, as said by all of my peers, is I do wish all of you a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holiday for whatever it is that you might be celebrating. For me, this is a very special time of year, and I think it is for most of us, and so I hope that you feel really blessed and relaxed and just have a great time of celebrating what this season is really all about. With that, we'll conclude positive comments. We will go into our presentations. Mr. Phelps, I'll come to you for wings.
Mr. Whiteside, we need to do a public hearing.
Oh, you're correct. Thank you. I apologize. Yep. Mr. Boyd, I tried to skip you, but they won't let me. So we will just recess from our regular meeting and convene under our public hearing for proposed school board rule revisions. Mr. Boyd, I'll recognize you at this time.
Thank you, sir. Board, we're bringing to you the changes that we brought to you at the workshop last month, and I will be asking for board action on these items on behalf of the superintendent. I will summarize these and ask that an opportunity for public comment be given per statutory requirement. The first proposed rule change is a new rule, 6.97, on weapons. It adopts a policy with language pursuant to Sections 790.001 and 790.115 Florida statutes that defines the language defines the terms weapons, prohibits unauthorized employees from possessing weapons on school property, and establishes policy for specific employees such as school resource officers whom the superintendent or his or her designee may authorize to possess such weapons. Includes an exception for sworn law enforcement officers pursuant to their official duties. This policy's language is taken from our neighboring district, Polk County, and again, adopts language pursuant to the statutes cited. The next change is Rule 2.90, and it revises the title of the policy to reflect the district's intent to tobacco-free environment from tobacco use. adds clarifying language that reflects recommendations from the Florida Department of Health and the American Lung Association in Florida, establishes that tobacco use in any form, real, electronic, or simulated, is prohibited for anyone at any time on school board property or at off-campus school-sponsored events, adds exception for tobacco products in supervised but limited educational activities, adds language for notice and communication of this policy, education and cessation programs, and disciplinary actions for students and employees. Rule 6.361, revision of confidentiality of internal investigations, revises paragraph 4 to prohibit interference with an internal investigation by engaging in obstructive behaviors such as, but not limited to, attempting to influence, delay, or prevent the testimony of a witness. It revises paragraph 6 to clarify that noncompliance with this policy shall be subject to disciplinary action pursuant to our school board rules, such as 2.24, collective bargaining agreements, and our own collective bargaining agreement, teacher contract 4.23. And just as a note of reference, just cause is quoted in the citations I just mentioned, but that is what the intent of the disciplinary action is, as detailed in this revision that's proposed. Rule 7.35, investment of funds, revises paragraph 1 to clarify reference to district as school board, revises paragraph 3D to 4 through 3Q to 19, adds paragraph 4 to replace manager with advisor, adds paragraph 10 to define operating funds and core funds, paragraph 11, risk and diversification, paragraph 12, master repurchase agreement, 13, to replace Telerate information system with TradeWeb, removes the exemption of money market funds from a bid requirement, adds paragraph 14 to add and define permitted investments and general investment and portfolio limits, deletes L1 through L9, adds paragraph 15 to permit investment in derivative products and reverse repurchase agreements as stated in paragraph 14, adds paragraph 16 to define criteria for investment performance for short-term and long-term funds, adds paragraph 17 to include additional criteria for required quarterly and annual investment reporting, adds paragraph 19 to establish that the school board shall approve any changes to this policy, adds paragraph 20 to establish a district investment procedures manual. Rule 8.60, network acceptable use, revises paragraph 9A regarding the required signature format for district emails to permit employees to add an award, honor, designation, and school or department logo, to require the addition of the district vision statement and work email address, to require the use of a font that's compliant with federal guidelines for the American with Disabilities Act. Rule 9.30, community use of facilities, revises paragraph 1E to clarify that nonprofit organizations without 501c3 status may use school board buildings for fundraising purposes when prior approval is obtained from the school principal and the superintendent. Revises paragraph 1J3 to permit the superintendent to select a designee to approve exceptions to this rule regarding weapons in order to be consistent with proposed new school board rule 6.97. This rule also has existing language in regards to replicas of firearms. Lastly, two major changes to the high school student progression plan. Revisions of policy language to repeal special diploma options for grade 9 ESC students who enroll during the 2014-15 school year in order to comply with sections 1003.4282 and 1008.22 Florida statutes, State Board Rule 6A-6.0312, and State Board Rule 6A-1.09963 as proposed. And the last change in the high school student progression plan revises policy language to provide that if an honors course from a specified list is paired with a similar AP course in a student's schedule, then the student shall be awarded course weight with a 5.0 scale for the honors course. Any questions, board members?
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. Board, any questions at this time? Okay, hearing and seeing none, this is a public hearing. Do you?
I do.
Yes, sir.
John, can you just confirm for me on the firearm, the weapons section, that this is compliance with the state statute, and it's no further, no less, no further?
Yes, sir. It is our intent to follow explicitly the statutes that are referenced, and if there are any changes to those statutes as proposed in the current legislative session, we will bring this rule back to you for appropriate revisions to remain compliant. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Booth?
I just wanted to thank Mr. Boyd for sitting down with me and explaining these rules and going over that, and thank him for his research because I asked him a specific question concerning pocket knives. I didn't want to be criminalizing all our folks from South Osceola County who come to school with the pocket knife. So thank you, Mr. Boyd.
You're very welcome, sir.
You asked Mr. Boyd for research. You're going to get plenty of information. I know that all too
Well, I did, and I appreciate it. Just wanted to know that.
Very thorough.
You're very welcome. Thank you, sir.
Board, any other comment or question? Okay, as mentioned, this is a public hearing, so does anybody would like to address your school board on these items? Now would be the time to do so. Okay, hearing and seeing none, board will come back to you for a vote at this time. Board,
Make a motion to accept the school board rules as submitted with discussion.
thank you. We do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Soto. Discussion, Mr. Wheeler.
John, I just want to thank you for the concise nature that you did this, the thorough nature also, and John is one of those guys who's so good at his job, he makes it look easy. I mean, he just read all this off, and I know how much time you put into it, so I just want to let you know, good job, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Board, any other comment? Okay, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Thank you again, Mr. Boyd.
Thanks, John.
This time, we will adjourn from our public hearing and reconvene under our school board meeting. And so now, we are at times for presentations. Mr. Phelps, I'll come to you.
Thank you. Dana Schaefer will be coming up to introduce our next presentation. Thank you, Dana.
Good evening. Tonight we have a brief presentation from the Wings Committee, which was formed by the Celebration Foundation as a community collaboration to support and empower girls and women in Osceola County. It is my pleasure to introduce Vanessa Winter, Celebration Foundation board member, and our own Leslie Campbell in our Special Programs Department to tell you more.
Thank you very much. I won't bother reintroducing everything because she just did a very thorough job of it. But I will kind of give you an overview as to why Wings was developed. Basically, it started as a result of a discussion about a year ago with a group of women and said, we have no real great positive role models out there for our teen girls. You have terrible media role models with a lot of the pop stars, and a lot of the corporate executives are not female. So as a community, what can we do to empower our girls to make sure that things like right now, females outpace men or boys nationally in things like reading scores, college attendance, graduate program acceptance. How can we translate those types of results into increasing in leadership roles as well as in income? And one of the big components that is attributed to that is career choice. You have, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, you've got elementary school teachers, human resource administrators, and registered nurses, all wonderful careers, but traditionally 85% of those particular careers are filled by females. And then you have much higher paying jobs like software developers, computer systems administrators, and also managers in construction. And those are all, about 85% of those positions are held by men. So how do we, as a committee, help to empower our young girls to be able to go into those higher paying positions? And more importantly, when you have a job opportunity, right now, if a man sees a job posting and they're interested in it, if they only have about 50% of the qualifications, they'll apply. Versus females, they have to have all of the qualifications before many times they'll actually even apply for the position. So how do we get that mindset of our young girls that they can do that, and if they only have 50% of the qualifications, they can apply to? So as a result, we were able to empower our group, and we held our inaugural event back in February, and that was to celebrate the Susan B. Anthony. And it was done in Celebration, had tremendous success. Our keynote speakers for that was actually Pat Schroeder, who was the first Congresswoman in Colorado, and Julie Marie Carrier. And she was nationally rated as the #1 speaker for young girls. So we had great powerhouse, and we were thrilled to have our second one back in September. And our very own Melba Luciano was one of the keynote speakers. And then also Nancy Alvarez, who is the news anchor for Channel 9. And I also wanted to kind of bring up Leslie here just to share with her some of the information that she had as far as feedbacks.
Hi. I was very honored to be able to host a table, sponsor a table at the last event, and I sent 3 of my staff members and their daughters. And as soon as the event was over, I was getting texts, "Oh, this was incredible, it was wonderful, I thank you so much." One of my staff came in and said her daughter, they went to this self-defense breakout session. She goes, all she kept saying was, "Mom, I don't have to be a victim. Mom, I don't have to have boys take care of me. Mom, I can do this myself." She was thrilled with what her daughter brought back. Another of my staff members came in Monday morning with tears in her eyes, saying she has a daughter, 13, kind of going through that teenage angst. She's very smart, very gifted. She knows everything. Mom knows nothing right now. We've all, if you have teenagers, or been there. And she goes, "I cannot believe it. We went home." And she said to me, "Okay, I get it. I can be anything I want to be, but you have to have a plan, and you have to lay a foundation, and you have to have education, and you have to, it just doesn't happen." She said, "Leslie, I cannot believe they touched my daughter." And, so I think there's a lot going on with this. As far as my staff, they went to a breakout session with Dr. Brizendine, and they talked about goal setting and different things that she talked about. But one other person that was a guest at my table was Darlene Alvarez, who is Jose Alvarez's wife, commissioner of the city of Kissimmee. And she sent me a personal message that she was so inspired by a breakout she went to of Superintendent Luciano's, that you can be anything you want to be. Hold your head high. I guess Melba had them wearing hats from Steak and Shake or something, and they were marching around, but said that she feels like there's so much more she can do, and she was very inspired. So this was the feedback I have from my little table, and what they're giving back to women and girls through this program, I think is incredible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to kind of highlight how the program was organized. It started off at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday at the Civic Center. So we tried to pull, the first one was in Celebration, this one we tried to pull to Kissimmee. In this particular setting, it was Mrs. Alvarez started off with her keynote, and then they broke into breakout sessions. We had 2 different breakout sessions. The first breakout session had your choice of 3 different areas to go to. It had student-focused, adult-focused, and then mixed-focused. So in the mixed-focus, you had a lot of mothers and daughter combinations. And the breakout sessions for the first one was breaking barriers, self-defense, which Leslie referenced, and then also goal setting, which was done by our very own Dr. Brizendine. And then the second session, you could choose between flipping the switch, roots to wings, which was done by Mrs. Luciano, and then self-image. And then it was, lunch was actually broken out with Mrs. Luciano doing the lunch keynote speaker. The importance of this is that we want to continue growing with our young girls. We don't want the conversation to end to start again every 6 months. So as a pilot, we've actually started something called Power Lunches at the K-8 school in Celebration. And the Power Lunches, it's done once a month, and it's held during their lunch hours, and it's grades 5 through 8. And what we had done, was we had parent participation approval participation approval from the parents for the students. But to kick it off, we had all students grade 5 to 8, and it was held by Pat Schroeder, again, who was the first Congresswoman in Colorado. And the topics now every month include things like lifting each other up, so how to lift each other up, self-protection on social media, getting the attention you deserve in class, and the psychology of the selfie, as well as self-image. I think the importance with this is, again, we want to continue the conversation, not just with power lunches. We are also engaging with Tupperware right now to discuss how we can incorporate STEM for girls within Osceola County. And then we are planning another event similar to what we did for in September, and then also back in February. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you,
Any
Vanessa.
questions?
Any questions? Thank you very much.
I believe they have a very short, Gloria, do you want to show the video? Okay, I believe they have a very short video that they'd like to show.
Thank you.
We're always looking for new ways to help empower girls and women to lead stronger, more confident lives. Today, you will meet some amazing women who have done just that. Our hope is that all who are touched by wings soar to their highest potential.
Whether it's your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, somebody did something so that your life could be better today. And whatever that something was probably a huge sacrifice. If you don't know about it, if you don't know about your family history, I would encourage you to find out, to hear the stories. And I promise you, if you're looking for inspiration, it's probably right there. It's probably right there in your own background.
You are always learning. Whether you are 8 years old or 80 years old, we are always learning. You have to surround yourself with people who are excited about your success. People who say to you, good job.
We are all lovers, we are all stressed, we are all in the same boat. There is no reason to compete against one another. And if we support each other and have each other's backs, we will get so much further.
For people to get involved in the community, it sounds like these ladies are doing a great job with that. But there's just find an area that interests you and try to get involved with it. You can do anything. You can volunteer at church, you can volunteer in the community, you can go to homeless shelters. There's 1,000 things that you can do.
The thought of what we do every day and what will your legacy be.
This event was a very, very inspiring event for Solid Rock women, and I hope that we take this stuff, we learn it and apply it to others and tell about others, so probably we could come here next year most likely.
What I really, really love the most is that it was multi-generational, that we had different generations here and an opportunity to really impact somebody's life, a young life.
I think this is an amazing opportunity that we should spread the word so more girls and more women like me will benefit from it.
I had a great time. I learned how to have a self-image and set goals.
Absolutely.
As a thank you to Dr. President Biden, thank you very much. And then if you could also get one, it's a photo that was taken from the event. You also want to this is a
Great, thank you. And Vanessa, a lady in the video that looked just like you, I noticed as well. So, great job.
It's a figment of your imagination.
Yeah, I bet. Great job, and thank you for sharing that with us this evening. Thanks for your work with these young ladies. Thank you. Mr. Phelps?
Yes, thank you. Our next presentation is for National Blue Ribbon Lighthouse Award, and Dr. Brisendine's going to come up to introduce, I think, Ms. Scott.
Good evening. It is truly my pleasure to inform you that we have an elementary school being recognized because they were named the 2014 Blue Ribbon Lighthouse School. And before I introduce the principal of that school, I just want to share what this implies. Each year, the National Blue Ribbon Schools shine a national spotlight for all the right reasons on a school. The National Blue Ribbon School Program is an U.S. government program actually created to honor schools which have achieved high levels of performance or have made significant improvements in closing the achievement gap in schools where at least 40% of the students are classified as disadvantaged. Truly my pleasure to introduce Ms. Virginia Scott, principal at Coe Elementary and the recipient of the Blue Ribbon Lighthouse School.
You're welcome. Okay, first of all, my staff tricked me because I thought I was coming here by myself tonight. We just started the 21st Century program that we just got on Monday, and most of our staff is tied up and working in that. But I was sitting up here in the second row, and I just happened to turn around, and it's like, there's a whole group of them. So, this is an award you cannot get by yourself. This takes the entire staff to do this. So as I'm telling you a little bit about our journey, I want each one of our staff members to come up here and stand next to me because we did this together. Timmy Godin, my assistant principal, she said, this is something I needed to do on my own tonight. And I said, I really want all you guys with me. No, they insisted that I needed to go and accept this award. But I've got them all here. Come on, guys, you're not all up here yet. Rick, I know you're trying to take pictures. Not only do we have teachers, but we have our support staff here with us too. And then the rest of them are back at our school running the 21st Century program that we got over 300 applications for, and we only have 85 slots. So right now we have 137 kids, but we're working with who we have. So proud of them. All right, Blue Ribbon Schools. Here's how it happened. When I first came to COA, I think it was about a year into it, I said to Timmy, my assistant principal, Timmy, I want to be a Blue Ribbon school. Is that right? Then I went to Kathy. I want to be a Blue Ribbon school. Then I told them all, I want to be a Blue Ribbon school because we deserve it. So we began our journey on May 2012, and what we did was we were looking for a unified vision, and we wanted a goal to improve student achievement. That was the reason we really did this, not because I really wanted to do it. We worked closely with Title I and Leslie Campbell. She provided all of our financial support for this endeavor. And it was a big amount, but she provided it for us, and we really appreciate that support, Leslie. By the way, we're the first Blue Ribbon school in Osceola County that's Title I. Yes. Okay, February 2013, we had a full site visit. They brought a team in, they took a look at our school. We had 287 community surveys that they reviewed. They interviewed students, teachers, support staff, parents, community members, and administration. It was a 3-day full visit, and it was very, very intense. The following areas were evaluated. We have 5 of the 9 areas that were critical areas that we needed to improve. Here are the areas. Number 1, student focus and support. They were looking at our vision and our mission. School organization and culture. They were looking at school climate and the safety of our school. Number 3, challenging standards and curriculum. That was a critical area for us. They were looking at student achievement. Number 4, active teaching and learning. That was a critical area. They wanted high academic expectations. Number 5, technology integration, the use of technology to meet the students' needs. We were fortunate because we're a new building, so we had a lot of technology. Number 6, this was another critical area, professional community support for the teachers, professional development for teachers. Number 7, leadership and educational vitality. That was promoting, that was administration promoting our vision and learning of students. Number 8, school, family, and community involvement, and that's a critical area for us, and that's just parent and teacher support. Number 9, indicators of success. That was another critical area, increasing student achievement. So they looked at our school challenges, and these are just a few of them, and many of you know this. We had limited learning gains, especially in our lowest quartile of our students. We have a high mobility rate, over 40%. 1/3 of our school population is ESOL or NES, non-English speaking students. Our attendance, we had concerns. It's at 93%, or it was then. We had lack of parent involvement and a high free and reduced lunch rate at 89%. Those were all the areas that we needed to take a look at. During the process, we met with them on continuous site visits. Progress monitored us through phone conferences. They were in touch with us the entire time. The final school review was October 2014. There was 189 indicators that they reviewed at our school. It was a whole entire day process in 9 areas. And they go through every indicator, and then you, as a school, must have proof for each area, which we did. The Blue Ribbon Committee also took a look at our student achievement. We are not an A school yet, but we will be getting there. Some of the highlights that put us over the top. The percentage of our students making learning gains in reading went from 61% to 72%. That's 11% increase. Most people are counting on 5%. We went 11% in reading. Students making learning gains in math, 50% to 67%. That's a 17% increase. This is our biggest areas here. Our lowest quartile making learning gains in reading, our kids scored 6% when we started, our lowest quartile. We went up to 85% gains. That's a 79% increase. Our lowest quartile making learning gains in math, we were at 6%. We went up to 61%. That's a 55% increase. Our school, when we started this process, had 409 points. We went up 61 points this last school year on our school grade, and that's huge. So I would like to thank all of our students, our parents, our teachers, our support staff, our community members, my leadership team, which I could not survive without, the district support, because you did make our dream come true to become a Blue Ribbon school. But the number one key for all of this is believing in every student, and that has has made the difference for our kids. We believe every student can achieve, and they can academically climb to their highest peak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Before you guys go, I know Mr. Wheeler has a comment, and then we'd like to get everybody together so we can take a photo with you as well to recognize you.
I just need to ask you a question. Tell me the two numbers that went, one was like 6 to 85%. What were those two numbers?
Okay. We went, our lowest quartile students.
Right, okay.
Their learning gains were 6% learning gains, and we went up to 85% learning gains.
How did you do that?
Believing in our students.
I mean, are we doing that across the district? I mean, are we making those kinds of numbers? I mean, that you got my attention. I mean, Mr. Phelps, you're in the hot seat now, so tell me, are we making those gains other places like that?
Not in every school, no.
How do we duplicate this?
Well, I guess we would probably need to talk with COA and see what they're doing.
Well, I don't know if you're taking videotapes of your best teachers and sharing that. I don't know how you're doing it. But when you get those kinds of, I mean, that's great for all of you. That's astounding. You're all obviously high-performing teachers. You have high-performing students. You believe in your kids. You're making them work. And whatever you're doing, Dr. Brizendine, Mr. Allen, Dr. Akes, Mr. Phelps, I can't speak for the rest of the board, but I would encourage you to find out what it is and find a way to, bring that Kool-Aid to every school.
It's these two ladies.
Okay,
as
well,
our leaders.
that is, and that is impressive. By the way, I'm going to recognize, because the chairman didn't, we've got the chairman's mom and dad here tonight.
And the grandson.
In case, just want to
Hi, Lance.
Thank you.
No, that's, and the other gain, tell me the other gain you made. You had one.
We had a math gain, and we went from 6% to 61% is 55-point
I mean,
gain.
those numbers are just.
Those are our lowest quartile kids.
I understand.
We motivated them. We did everything we could think of. to
Were there
motivate them.
incentives? I mean, tell me what
We
you
did have
motivated.
incentives. We did have some incentives.
For instance,
Well, we had a video game day,
okay?
and the only way you could participate is while you're taking the test, the teachers watched to make sure they were working diligently. If you did not work diligently, you did not get to participate. We only had 14 students that did not participate.
Out of a total of,
Probably 400.
that's just astounding. I mean, that kind of number is incredible. Good job. I mean, obviously, great job, everybody. That deserves a round of applause. Mr. Phelps, figure this out. I mean, obviously, they broke the code. So now that they broke the code, let's duplicate this, please.
We learned from Mr. Phelps.
Well, he can learn from you.
We worked with him.
There's truth in that, isn't there? Mrs. Whaler, are you good?
Yeah, great.
Mr. Booth?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say congratulations and just remind all you folks that are in the classroom, in the trenches, so to speak, that just to remember the enormous difference that you've made in these children's lives. I mean, I know in high school it's easier sometimes to see if you're a senior English teacher, the kid goes to college the next year. You guys don't realize that until they've went through the whole system. So please keep that in mind. I know you do. Congratulations. Great job.
Thank you.
Well said, thank you. Mr. Phelps?
Yes. The day before the Blue Ribbon Conference, I happened to do a little surprise visit to COA, and I walked in on a leadership meeting as they were preparing for the conference. And when I walked in, you could just feel the excitement that they had as they were, and the pride that they had as they were preparing for the conference. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. We didn't realize we presented at the conference, we received the award that evening, and then we had a site visit the next day where people from the conference came to our school. So within a 24-hour period, it just about did us in, but we did it. We did it. We did the trifecta for Blue Ribbon Schools.
Now, keep it up.
And I had the pleasure of joining COA at the presentation, and I would just say that they were the rock stars of the night. Not only did their students perform and do an outstanding job, Celebration actually was there and performed as well, but it was just great to see everybody there rallying together, and it really was, Mr. Phelps, exactly what you talked about, you witnessed the day before, carried through into that event as well, and it's just a really cohesive, well-organized and well-run team at COA, and so I appreciate that. Let's go ahead and come down and take a photo at this time, and we want to again just thank you. Come on in, guys. Here, we're going to
Good job.
get a photo.
Good job.
Come on in, squeeze that.
It works. I know.
Can I put two fingers on it?
Bring it tight. Come on, Mrs.
Ready?
White House.
Thank you. Congratulations. And Mom and Dad, just so you know, I probably would have recognized you at some point. Just Mr. Wheeler stole my thunder, right? So Mom's over here and Dad's in the back.
For every
And
board member, if
Lance-
your mom or dad or your wife is here, recognize them.
Right. Okay, so at this time, Mr. Phelps, I'll come back to you for a presentation for STEM Alliance Awards.
Yes, for STEM Alliance, I'm going to introduce Leah Torres.
My name is Leah Torres, and I work in research, evaluation, and accountability, but in my formal role as a science middle school resource teacher, I was allowed the privilege of being part of the STEM Alliance. And with us today is Jeff Pridmore from STEM Alliance, and he is a board member, and he'll be explaining more about the awards before the presentation. And next to me is Brenda Barabee, and she is the new middle school science resource specialist.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm here representing the STEM Alliance of Central Florida. Take a minute, keep it short here, but there's probably some folks who don't know what the STEM Alliance does. The STEM Alliance was born from the recognition that there were a lot of really well-intentioned groups out there working to help make a difference in STEM education in the school systems, but we were all kind of small, well-intentioned, subcritical mass, and we realized that we needed to come together and form a bigger group that could have a bigger impact in the community. So the STEM Alliance of Central Florida officially formed about a year ago, and it's composed of industry, education, government, and not-for-profits with a simple goal of inspiring students and improving student preparation to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and math. National imperative in my belief. By the way, my day job is with Lockheed Martin. We hire an awful lot of engineers, and it's an incredibly important thing for our nation and in the economic growth of Central Florida. So we work very closely with the School Board and Supervisors Coalition of the 10 counties across Central Florida, and we cherish that relationship and basically rely on that group to tell us what we can do to help sponsor programs, experiments, and scientists and technologists in the classroom to help improve and inspire the students to continue to become engineers, doctors, and scientists. One other thing we do, and the reason I'm here today, is we annually recognize achievement in STEM for both students and teachers, and that's why I'm here today. One thing I did want to mention, we were working really closely, and we're very happy with the relationship we have with Osceola. One of the things the STEM Alliance did this year was, in conjunction with one of our partners, EA Sports, we worked with a program that came out of Carnegie Mellon, the iCarnegie program, and we're piloting in 3 high schools in Osceola this year a gaming academy that goes for 4 years through high school and helps augment a normal classroom with the math, science, art, and creativity required to create games. And so we're real happy about the partnership with Osceola to pilot that, and we're looking forward to some really outstanding results from that. And once we do that, we'll start rolling it out into other schools within Osceola and across the other districts as well.
Great.
So without further ado, with some help from my friends, we'd like to, we're going to do the teachers first? Or students? We'll do the teachers first. So we're going to recognize for outstanding achievement in STEM some of the Osceola teachers.
We have 4 Osceola teachers here today. There's elementary, middle, and high school are all represented here. And these teachers all have a STEM focus in and out of their classroom. The first one is Chris Rogers, and she's from Kissimmee Elementary. Yes, come on up.
And if you would as well, please come along this way because we will take a photo at the end.
The next one is Judith McDonald, and she's from Narcoossee Middle School. Next one is Jennifer Barth, and she's from Celebration High School. And then Brian Glassby is from Celebration K-8, and he couldn't be with us tonight. And then for the high school students, we have Samantha Martin, Elizabeth Perry, Carrie Clark, Costa, Michaela Rako, Megan Bobola, Sydney Amos, Daniel Curtis, and Ruben Hernandez and Nicole Fernandez. These are all high school and middle school students, and they participated in various STEM activities, and they're inside the classroom, but they're also outside the classroom. So some of them participated in Science Olympiad this last year, and some of them participated in, sorry if I didn't say your name loud enough, sorry. And, sorry. And the high school Science Olympiad competition this last year as well. So congratulations on your awards.
Come on in, and parents, get whatever photos you need, come on up.
While she's reading the photos, would you mind just reading the students' names one more time? Could I ask, just reading the students' names, please?
Sure. Samantha Martin, Elizabeth Perry, Carrie Clark, Aliza Costa, Michaela Rako, Megan Bobola, Sydney Amos, Daniel Curtis, and then we have two missing, Ruben Hernandez and Nicole Fernandez.
Thank you. Who's the one we're missing here? What's her name? They did say your name.
Yeah, she did. I have the,
Okay, good.
I have Sydney's here, and so Sydney got another person, so we have them here. So you want to come
Megan
on back?
Bobola, I just wanted to say that. Okay.
Thank you.
Again, thank you and congratulations to all you ladies. All
I gotta say is that guys better get to work in high school. That's all I gotta say. Better get to work.
For sure.
Something's actually doing well.
Then we've got a bunch of information items.
So for those of you that came for the presentations, you're obviously welcome to stay for the entire meeting. If you'd like to excuse yourself, now would be a great time to do so, though, if you want to get home and celebrate or relax. Otherwise, we are going to move forward with the rest of our school board agenda at this time. Board, moving forward, we don't have any appointments and transfers. We do have some that have signed up for public comment. And so Dave, I think, left. I think I saw him head out. But April Jackson?
April Jackson, 722 Mabette Street, Kissimmee, Florida, President of Osceola County Education Association. And I'm speaking again about my concerns for the waiver for class size amendment. This is really bad for our kids, especially since we're taking the new Florida FSA, I can't even remember what it stands for, the new assessment. Because what's happening is there aren't enough substitutes in the district, and we are auto-splitting our classes. It has nothing to do with anything the district has done wrong. We just don't have enough substitutes. At one of our elementary schools, they triple auto-split the classes, and there were 9 additional students assigned to the teacher for the day. Most people have no issues with this, but the children aren't getting the quality of education they need. So if you increase the class size by 4, so say you have 22 fourth graders, 4 more would give us, if I do my math right, 26. Add 9 to that. That's 33 students in the classroom. Now, Dr. Brizendine and I both taught 36, 37, 38 at Boggy Creek, and the quality of education our students got was not what it should be because we just couldn't physically get around and teach each of those children. My granddaughter's in first grade, and I won't say which school. She has had an auto split 27 times this school year. Now her teacher's mother passed away and was very ill, and now her daughter's having some health issues. It's not that the teacher doesn't want to be there, but when you look at a first grader who has been sent to another teacher's class 27 times, that's a problem. And when the class sizes keep increasing and increasing and increasing, it's going to affect the students' test scores, which we're trying to raise, the teachers' evaluations, because their evaluations are based on the test scores. The paraprofessionals' jobs become more and more difficult because they're being pulled to cover some of these classes and for some of these teachers and to help in the larger classes. So please give consideration to not approving the waiver. And yes, I know it's a financial issue, and yes, we need to save money, but it shouldn't be on the backs of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, April. Okay. There was no one else that had signed up to speak. If anybody else is here and wanted to do so, please let me know at this time. Okay. Here and seeing none, we will move forward. Or we are at the place for agenda modifications. I'll go from my left to right. Mr. Wheeler, I'll start with you.
I am good. I added one thing to the end of the agenda, and other than that, I'm good, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Soto?
I have none.
Okay. Mr. Thacker? Mr. Booth?
I have none.
Okay, just a couple quick things. You probably noticed that where are my notes? We're pulling the item under Attorney's Report, item 15V, just so you know that's being pulled from the agenda this evening. And then, Board, I'm going to just add under new business, legislative priority workshop. I think it's important that we have the conversation about where we're going in the future. We get some dialogue from this board. I want to work towards getting something planned so that we can all get on the same page about what our legislative initiatives are. So we'll talk through that later as well. Anything else, Mr. Phelps? You're good?
I don't have anything. I believe Mr. Brown may be bringing something up in reference to Stony Brook. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
Just to get a consensus to move forward in a certain direction on the Ryan Company's contract.
Okay, and we'll do that under your report?
Yes, sir. No action required, just discussion. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. So, Board, with those modifications, I'll look for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. There is a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Soto. No discussion, Board. All in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Board, that'll bring us down to information items. We have a number of them we'll be looking at tonight. The first one is a shelter program update.
Dahlia Medina? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dahlia Medina. I'm the director of the Multicultural Education Department. I'm in charge of the ESOL program. That's English for Speakers of Other Languages. And I'm here tonight to talk about a new program for ESOL students. We have about 25% of the population are English language learners. And what many people don't know is that these students come in, they're 3 different levels. They're non-English speakers, they're recently arrived, they know no English at all, they're limited English speakers, they've been here a while, and the fluent English speakers that just basically have trouble with the reading and the writing. They're verbal, but they can't read or write well. So tonight, our program that I'm featuring is for our NES, the non-English speakers. We've had many students this past year come from Central America and different countries that have limited education in their country. So what we were trying to design, and this was a collaboration between the 3 assistant superintendents, Dr. Brizendine, Mr. Allen, and Dr. Akes, on how we could help these students. And we've come across a program called Sheltered Instruction. Sheltered instruction is basically teaching strategies that lower the linguistics demand of the lesson without compromise the integrity or the rigor of the subject matter, and that only for language arts. When you think of learning English, you think of an English class, a reading class, but we want to do this throughout the day through math, science, and social studies. What is expected in a sheltered classroom? It's a print-rich environment. Something as simple as the teacher labeling the classroom in English and in Spanish that helps our students learn, because if there's print, they could read. Sometimes our teachers, especially in the middle and high school, they tend to lecture, and our students are just lost because they don't have the English. But if you just have it written for them, and if you have it in English and in their native language, then it's much easier for them. Some of you might be wondering, why is it Spanish? Because about 97-98% of our students, Spanish is their first language. We have over 100 languages spoken in Osceola County, represented over 100 countries, but all the other languages are less than 1%. Spanish is the dominant language with most of our students. They come from Central and South and the Caribbean, South America. Okay. All the instruction in a sheltered classroom, unlike dual, which is instruction in English and in Spanish 50-50. With the sheltered program, the instruction is in English, but the teacher is bilingual. All the teachers are bilingual, and they use the Spanish when they need to clarify instruction. Sometimes one word in their native language is a lot easier than 1,000 words to explain something in English. So all the teachers in sheltered are bilingual, but the instruction is in English, but we expect the teacher to use the language, their primary language, as a support to help the students. So if you walk into a sheltered classroom, yes, you will hear Spanish from the students and from the teacher, but the goal is to learn English. Also, English is taught not only through reading and language arts, but it's taught through the academics. It's very important that the students learn while they're learning math, science, and social studies. Learning doesn't stop. Some people think, well, we just teach them English and they'll catch up. They're sitting in a math class, they're sitting in a biology class, they're sitting in a physics class. So they need to learn in those classes, through those academic classes, those academic vocabulary. I always talk about BICS and CALPS, the basic interpersonal communication skills. That's the playground English, but they need that academic English that they have in the math terms, the science terms, because that's what they're going to get at the end of the test. All our students are not exempted from testing. They all take the test that all the other students take. They get accommodations, but they're accountable. And the students count after 1 year. So they are part of the school grade. So it's very important that our students learn English while they learn the academic language. And many of our students already know the concept in their native language. That way they could express it to the teacher, so the teacher has an idea. This child knows algebra. They just don't know the terms, the vocabulary, that academic vocabulary. They concentrate on that, and the child has a great opportunity of passing the test. Also, we have ESOL strategies. What are ESOL strategies? They're good teaching strategies. The use of visuals, graphic organizers. A lot of our students, many times they sit in the classroom and they're not talking. The teacher's doing all the talking. We need the students to practice their oral skills, so they have to do cooperative lessons. They have to do think, pair, and share. They have to talk to each other. They're not going to learn English if they're sitting there in a classroom where the teacher's doing all the talking. Also, we have cognates. For example, the word chocolate. Everybody loves chocolate, right? In Spanish, it's chocolate. It's the same word. We have many words that are the same in Spanish. If we give the students, here's a list of words that are the same, we're giving them such an advantage. Transportation, transportación, algebra. There's academic words, there's social words that are exactly the same.
So those are the things that the strategies that we use in these sheltered classrooms to help the student accelerate their learning. Also, the students feel they're in a safe environment, that they could be able to take chances, to make mistakes, and nobody's going to laugh at them because everybody's in the same boat. But we don't want to keep them there for very long, because this is just to help them. Once they're limited English speaker, fluent English speaker, they must go out to the real world. This is just to help the students when they arrive here. And it also helps the regular classroom teacher that sometimes they have a non-English speaker in their class 1 out of 18 or 22, and they have to keep with the rigor. So this helps all teachers. Also, like I said before, the academic vocabulary, and we also have other programs like dual language. So the minute that the student is proficient enough, it could be in the middle of the year, the child would be transferred to a regular classroom or a dual language classroom. Okay. What are the schools that are involved? In elementary school, we have different programs. We have at Central Avenue, we have sheltered classrooms. We have them in K through 5 except 3rd grade because there wasn't a bilingual teacher available to teach that grade. That's when the students stay in the classroom with all the students, with the teacher the entire year, and then they move on the next year. Over at Highlands, last year, Allison Doe, the principal of Highland, is here. She called me to her office and she says, don't say anything, I have an idea, think out of the box. I'm thinking out of the box, but don't overreact, wait until I'm done. And basically, it was your normal sheltered instruction teacher, but she says, no. For 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, what I want to do is to have one teacher that's excellent, that's bilingual, to concentrate on the language arts and reading. So the students are in regular classroom, and for 90 minutes a day, they're pulled. The 3rd graders are pulled, and then the 4th graders and 5th graders. And all he does all day is teach non-English speakers. And it's turned out to be great. And further on, I have data to show you on how well the students are doing. But I thank Ms. Doe for thinking about the ESOL students and trying to figure out what's the best way we could address these students. So we do have, in K1 and 2, we have a sheltered classroom, but in 3, 4, and 5, we have this, and you know the word pull-out is negative, but this is a pull-out in a positive sense of the way. The students are in a regular classroom, but they have this intensive 90 minutes of language arts and reading. Then we have the middle school, which we have 4 middle schools, and I've given you an outline of the program with the schools on the back. In the classes. In the middle school is your traditional sheltered instruction, which is language arts through reading with a bilingual teacher. The instruction is in English, and I would like to expand this program in middle school next year to the content area. Now at high school, we've worked with these 5 high schools, and I want to thank Dr. Akes, because when he does his visits, his vision is sheltered, 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 sheltered. What are we doing with the ELLs? So the first thing he says, we need to have sheltered classrooms in the academics. So these 5 schools tackled it. It was rough at the beginning. They didn't know the difference between a non-English speaker and a fluent English speaker, so they would put a fluent English speaker in a non-English speaker's classroom. But they worked on the schedule. They've, again, thought outside the box, and they're helping the students, and every day we add classes. And these are the schools with high ELL population, but I have to say that St. Cloud High School has a low ELL population, and they also created 2 math classes, an algebra and a geometry class. So everyone is seeing the benefits of this program and for the NES students. Okay, and as of we speak right now, this evening, we have a professional development for the sheltered teachers over at Celebration High School, and the topic is rigor and lesson plans, because we also had a summer institute for sheltered instruction for middle and high school for 2 days. So we're continuously providing the teachers with professional development. Now I'm going to go over some data Highlands. Ms. Doe, you want to add anything? To show you the STAR data for Mr. Velasquez's class, these are the students that started, they were non-English speakers. That's their baseline data. And the second one is they just recently took the STAR reading test. It's an assessment how well the students are doing in school. It's a progress monitoring tool that the teachers use. So they develop their lesson plans and what strategies, and they identify the students that need the extra help. Look how well the students are doing. Mr. Wheeler, there goes your numbers, the huge numbers that the students have increased in just a short period of time, from August to November. And that's third grade. Then we have fourth grade. And we do have a student that scored negative. Basically, the student B was a non-English speaker, but she has great taking strategies because she scored very high even though she didn't speak English. And then the fifth grade, there was a student, B, that went down 20 points, but this student had personal problems at home, and the teacher worked with the student because it's in a small group. So the teacher called home, found out that they had a crisis at home, worked with the student, and the student was retested and scored 186 points. So that's the other beauty of the program, that the teacher works well with the parents. The teacher wanted to be here tonight, but was unable. So there's a clip, because the Highlands was featured on Channel 13. It's not a very good clip, but I just wanted for the teacher to be recognized, and he has a lot of great things to say. So it's only about a minute.
Which teaches in English but provides Spanish instructions to those students as well. Most of them only speak Spanish at home, and this is the first time they are learning English. So the program acts like a buffer before students have to dive headfirst into mainstream classes. And it doesn't cost the district any extra money because many teachers are bilingual. They're speaking English and they're going into these classrooms and they're struggling because the instruction isn't English. So the shelter program provides them that scaffold, that opportunity to feel more successful. Nearly half of the students here at Highlands Elementary, why they implemented the sheltered program. Smaller class sizes with teachers focused on certain subjects like reading has been the key here at Highlands. Right now it's the only elementary school in the county with this program. The district officials say they are looking to expand the program to more schools in need. For now, Velasquez says the program is working here, and that's why he hopes it's here to stay.
From the beginning of the year to now, they are making gains. So it's great, and I see the success, and I think that other schools need to do it. You need to find how to reach these kids.
Officials with the school district did tell us that every school throughout the county have programs to help English learners. However, they are still looking at what program might be most beneficial. Reporting in Osceola County, Daily Myers, News 13.
Any questions?
Mr. Wheeler?
I just have a couple for you. Good presentation, by the way, Diane. How many total students do we have in sheltered classrooms?
We have about 400 students total.
And what's any idea, do we know what the mobility rate of these students is?
We have a high mobility rate in all our schools.
Okay, and do you know what that number was last year? How many students we had in it last year?
In the sheltered program?
Yeah.
Very few. We only had in a couple of schools. We've just started this at the high school. We've always had language arts through Osceola in the middle school, and we had dual language in the elementary school and 5 elementary schools, but this is the first time that we have them at the high schools and at the elementary school.
Do you anticipate, what do you anticipate that number to be next year? 400 now, what do you think it's going to be next year?
800, at least double it.
Okay.
Because that's the number of students that came in this year as non-English speakers.
Do you have the instructors to handle twice as many?
That's the one issue we have, like at Central. The teachers are aware, the principals are aware of it, and now for the hiring for next year, they said that they would be hiring bilingual teachers.
I saw Dr. Esposito here, I don't know if she's still here or not, but I guess the question I've got, are any of our charter schools engaged, or are we
No.
making them aware of this, so it's something that they might?
Yes, we are, but they have not participated. But I will present at the charter school principals meeting.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I had the opportunity to see this on the reflective visit I was at Point Siena High School, and it was really neat to see. For me, obviously, the primary objective is we get these students to be able to be proficient and fluent in English as quickly as possible, and this being a tool to help shorten that timeline. And when I got to witness it and just how fluid the instructor was, and going back and forth and reinforcing the lesson, and I'll use the term again, reinforcing, because it was being taught in English but being reinforced in their native language, which really did foster a lot of dialogue and intrigue from the students. It was really neat to see, and for me the greatest thing was seeing how quickly the goal is to move them through this so that they get the understanding that they need and the mastery of the English language, and then to get them back into or out of the sheltered instruction environment. So it was pretty neat for me to see. The other thing is, you had said 97% of our students speak Spanish as a first language. You meant 97% in or more in the ELL category or the NES category, not in our student body, and I think that would be an important
No,
distinction.
there's 57% of our student body.
Right.
Spanish is spoken at home.
Right, yeah, I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, no,
because
97% of our ELL
ELL students, correct.
Correct.
Right, thank you. And Mr. Phelps?
I occasionally will get a phone call from a parent who, particularly at Highlands or Central, who are in the process of moving. And the reason I get the call is because they're devastated that they're thinking that they might have to move to another school and leave the sheltered instruction program. So parents are recognizing the value that it's providing to their child. And I want to thank you for your leadership, and also the curriculum team and the principals and the teachers for everything that they do in reference to the sheltered instruction program. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Talia. Appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Okay, moving on. Mr. Phelps, we have a presentation or information item with regard to our AVID programs.
Yes, next up is AVID, and I believe Tracy Merritt is coming up, as well as, yes, sorry.
All right, good evening, Board. My name is Tracy Merritt. I am the K-12 gifted specialist, but I'm also the point person for AVID Elementary.
Good evening, and I am Betsy Hudson. I'm a middle school content specialist, and I am also the district director for the AVID program in our secondary schools.
Okay, so we're just going to talk to you a few minutes about the AVID program and what it is, and we brought some guest speakers that it'll be much more fun to hear from them tonight. AVID, AVID stands for Advancement Via Individual Determination. It's a college readiness system, and it runs elementary through college. It can run through college. It's a readiness system that accelerates student learning and uses research-based methods for effective instruction. It provides meaningful and motivational professional learning, and it does provide systematic changes at our schools. These are the things that it prepares our students with. It develops them as readers and writers, being able to really attack that rigorous reading and writing that's required now for our students. It helps deepen content knowledge, and it provides specific strategies for teachers to use in their content areas, and it helps them develop habits and skills and behaviors, those student success skills that they need to be successful in school. This is where we find AVID. It is worldwide. There's about 700,000 students that are involved in AVID all across the United States and parts of the world. These are the schools that have an AVID program. 7 high schools, 10 middle schools, and there's 4 elementary schools. Last year we brought on Harmony K-8 in their elementary part, and then we brought on 3 more elementary schools this year, Central, Neptune, and Boggy. We started in their 5th grade. And you may be familiar with AVID being a secondary program, but since we brought it onto elementary, we've found a lot of success. But the reason being is the things that work in middle school and high school for AVID definitely work in elementary too. So it provides a sequential skills for those elementary schools. There is 3 different levels in elementary schools. There's beginnings, there's foundations, and there's bridges. If you do it in a K-8 model, you can include that bridges. But our schools in our elementary have started with the foundations in the 5th grade and some of their 4th grade. But what it's doing in elementary, it provides a school-wide focus for AVID. So every single student is in AVID in the elementary school, starting with those teachers that have been trained in 5th grade. But it is providing them student success skills to help them as they go into the feeder patterns of the middle schools and the high school AVID programs. And then Betsy's going to talk about the secondary.
I really raised this up. So AVID in the secondary classes looks a little bit different than in the elementary classes. It is an elective class that the students take. As you can see, this is just a sample of a week in an AVID classroom. The students do have a quite rigorous curriculum that they experience 3 of the days of the week. And the strategies that are worked on in the curriculum in the AVID elective are writing, college and careers focus, also critical reading strategies to help in the other content area classes that they are taking. And they also work on strategies for success. And you will get to see a little bit of that this evening because public speaking is something that they practice. The other 2 days in the AVID elective class are what we call tutorials. As you can see here, they are listed on Tuesday and Thursday. That might not be the exact schedule in all of our schools, but 2 of the days they do something called tutorials. Sounds a little bit like tutoring, and it's very similar to a tutoring process, but it's a really, really unique way of helping students with support for their content area classes, and it's done with the Socratic method of questioning. So if you ever get the opportunity to visit an AVID secondary elective class, you certainly want to come not only on a curriculum day, but also on a tutorials day, because the impact that the tutorials make is just phenomenal. And to witness the students in action doing their tutorials, you will be just blown away at how mature and the questioning techniques that they develop. So why does AVID work? Well, it definitely raises student achievement. We have this support structure in the elective class, and so that when they go into their more rigorous content area courses, they've got that support. It also ensures college access and success, because in the AVID elective class, the AVID coordinators are making sure that their students are filling out the proper college applications, staying on track with their grades, that they are signing up to take the appropriate tests to get into college. It also closes opportunity and expectation gaps, and it offers meaningful and lasting professional learning, because there's quite a bit of professional development offered in the summer. We do offer a summer institute, which was held here in Orlando, and we had over 300 teachers from Osceola attend the summer institute. So the AVID elective student profile, who's in AVID? Well, there's some various pieces for a student to be recommended for AVID, and they don't have to necessarily meet all of the requirements, but typically there are students that have lots of potential. They're performing sometimes somewhere in the middle. They have average to high test scores, and they have this potential, but there may be something there that's holding them back. They need some support. They may be a first-time college-going student in their family. They may be the very first one in their family to be looking towards going to college, but they also need to possess the desire and determination. So a lot of our students come from teacher recommendations. The teachers start working with students and realize, AVID would really help this student make it even further and give them that support that they need to get to college. So the impact on our schools, we do have some great data, is that it will increase enrollment in advanced courses, because that's part of being in the AVID elective class, that students are required to be in more rigorous courses, meaning AP type courses. It also provides best practices, because the teachers can go to the Summer Institute trainings, and if you notice, it says it creates a college-going culture. Well, if you have one group of students that are already looking towards college, and now we add all of our AVID elective students looking towards going to college, you even have a larger group walking the campus that is talking about college, preparing for college. So you want that spread school-wide. And we have lots of data, but we just wanted to share one little piece. This piece is from 2013, and this were seniors that completed their 4-year college entrance requirements. The yellow bars are the United States overall, based on ethnic group, and the blue bars are our AVID students throughout the U.S. And you can see quite a difference here in completion of college entrance requirements. But we'd like to actually show you the best way to learn about AVID, and that's to hear from the students themselves. So I would like to invite our students up to the front. We have some students from 3 of our high schools here that would like to just introduce themselves, and we're going to talk just briefly about AVID. They can share their experiences.
Hi, my name is Lydia. I'm a senior in Harmony High School, and I was in AVID since middle school. It has helped me a lot and prepared me for college and everything. It got me into more rigorous courses in high school, and I would say because of AVID, it kind of helped me. I just got my acceptance letter for Penn State University, and yeah, it kind of helped me try to figure out my career that I want to do. Excuse me. I want to become a software engineer when I grow up, and because of AVID, kind of stay focused on my task. I would say most of the people in AVID, we have we kind of go on to various classes like honors, AP, and it helps a lot. Kind of gives us focus more than the other students in our high schools or let's say middle schools. Yeah, that's it.
Hi, I'm Topay. I'm in Harmony High School, and when I grow up, I want to be an OBGYN later on in life. I also want to attend USF because I know they have a really good medical program. AVID has helped me exponentially in my classes, etc. I really learned a lot through AVID. I know a lot about college, SAT, ACT, the requirements. I get a lot of help if I need it, and I'm just really thankful for the program.
Can you guys hear me? Yes. I'm Lillian Fernandez, and I'm currently attending Osceola High School. I'm a freshman, and I've been in AVID for 4 years now, and I love AVID. I know I'm just a freshman, but I know I'll be the first in my family to actually attend college and, graduate high school, actually. And I don't know, AVID makes me feel like I'm in a family, in a real family, so.
Hello, my name is Felix Diaz. I'm 14. I go to attend Osceola High School. I'm a freshman, of course. When I want to grow up, I want to become an architect. And AVID is actually going to really help me a lot with my organization, my reading, my language arts, and all that. It's going to help me. That's. Okay. I'm sorry, guys.
Hi, my name is Paige, and I attend Poinciana High School. I'm a freshman, and this is my 3rd year in AVID. I've been looking at FAMU, and there's actually a lot of college choices that I've been looking at, but FAMU just interests me a lot. I haven't really decided on a career exactly, but I'm only a freshman, so I think that AVID really helps you try to find a career, because since I'm a freshman, and since I've been looking into FAMU and a variety of different colleges, it really helps you decide what you're good at, what your potential is best based in, and it can really it can bring out your potential in a lot of things. It brings out your skills, what you're good at, what your weakest points at, and it helps you bring up your weakest points, and it brings your weakest points to your best points, and your best points, they just become better with the help of AVID.
Sorry about that, a little bit tall. Okay, hello guys, my name is Jordan Coleman Jr. I've been at AVID about 7 years, kind of when it started in Horizon Middle School, Miss Hadley, first AVID teacher. And I do remember Mr. Michael Allen, yes. Yes, I do remember. Tyler Pinkston.
Where do you go to high school?
I go to Poinciana High School. AVID's really helped me a lot, actually. It's kind of given me opportunities that I thought, most people didn't think I could really have. Some people thought, oh, he's not gonna, really do good in school. He's not gonna really, pass the rigorous tests that we have for them. So with that, Avid kind of gave me the opportunity to take AP classes, honors classes, and I kind of beat those odds. I came through with the high expectations that my teachers did come, and give me. It's also propelled me to have, be in a lot of clubs such as the DECA Club, the National Honor Society Club, both currently right now. Student Service Club, helping out community services around, Osceola, Point St. County, anyone else that needs help. And I do enjoy helping other members or other, students in Avid and tutorial groups. So, but it's a lot to say, but I'm gonna just make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aren't they amazing? They just blow you away. They're just so mature. At this time, typically what Avid students, what we do with the student panel is ask if there are any questions that you would like to ask the students. I know we're under a time crunch, so I didn't know if there was maybe a question one question you would like to ask the students to respond to.
Sure. Mr. Soto?
Not a question. If somebody has a question, I just have some discussion in common. Nobody has questions?
No, we're good. Go ahead.
Well, maybe it is a question, but first of all, I'd like to congratulate each and every one of you. You presented very well. I am extremely impressed with, not just what you accomplished, but with what you have yet to accomplish and your motivation towards those goals. My comment was, I was particularly pleased to hear, just briefly, how the Avid program in these schools tend to be a change agent in culture. And but to promote, specifically to promote the idea that you should be focusing on going to college, doing the things that you need to do, preparing, getting your 4-year requirements in order to have that option. I, for one, believe that between the ages of 18 and 21, you really should be in college. You still need so much growth. There's so much more to learn towards your careers. And I see that each and every one of these individuals, as they spoke, that they understand that. And I hope that you're able to go ahead and encourage other classmates, and every chance that you have to promote what you're doing, your Got College shirts, amongst your peers, in your family, promote knowledge, promote learning. That's what you do. That is part of how you give back what you've gotten from the teachers, the administration, from the program. And that exchange, I think, makes for a great culture. And I congratulate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Mr. Wheeler?
I've got a question for the students. Do all of you complete your tutorials on Monday and Wednesday night? Because I've been a tutor for 3 years. Nothing makes me crazy when a kid come in and you're sitting in front of them, and all of a sudden they got to start filling it out when you're sitting in front of them. Yeah.
Oh, that was Okay, well, I think that, whether we do it at night or like on the bus, it's still a question that we need help with. So, I mean, whether it's walking to class and getting it done, I mean, we still always need that extra help.
Have it completed by the time class starts.
That's all that matters. But, and we're also receiving the help that we need on the question. I mean, I understand that it has to be, it's a critical thinking process, right, and you want to sit down, get the notes, but, sometimes you're cramming so much and you forget. So then next day on the bus, you get it down. But it's still something that I feel like I really need help with. So when I do get to class, I still go through the process of getting help.
So with the Socratic method, in the event that you do need help with something and you know what you need help with, and you fill it out as well as you can, do you make sure you've got the support material with you so you can adequately get tutored when you actually need help with something?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have our notes in our binder, textbooks.
Cornell notes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
okay,
that answers your question.
Anybody else want to respond to that?
Mostly for TRFs, I must admit I do it sometimes on Tuesday night just because of my busy schedule for my AP classes. But overall, I do believe I'm confidently that they help me out in my classes. They really do. it kind of takes away time for me, especially if I'm taking right now I'm taking calculus, and I remember I had this one very long question, and I'm pretty sure it probably would have taken me all night to figure it out. I probably would never got it, all the way done to like 5 o'clock. But one of the students was able to help me out, and it really took away a lot of pressure and time that I had to figure out just to solve that question and let me get to my other more important classes as well as calculus. But just to keep moving on, and keep that in mind that this one question is really important.
So do you guys always get the SAT test question of the day right?
No, for me, honestly, it's a 50-50 chance for me, but for the majority part right now, if I had to put a percentage, I'll probably say 75, right? Well, okay. About 89%, yeah.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Booth?
If anybody has any questions for the students, I would yield my time at this one. We're good. I just wanted to make a comment about the AVID program. I've seen it firsthand at Narcoossee Middle School. I think it's a wonderful program, and the worst thing about seeing Miss Hudson up here is that she's not at Harmony Community School teaching my kids. I'm very upset about that. But however, I would like to ask both of you guys, do we have any data? How long has this program been inside Osceola County? Do we have the data that says, that we can compare the kids that came out of this, what you call the average, or had the potential, and now they didn't go to college, and now maybe they are?
We do, certainly, and I can get that to you specific just to our district. Since 2009, I believe that was our starting date, 2008, 2009, we started implementing AVID in some of our schools. And just a shout out, we do have a couple of AVID coordinators here supporting their students, Teresa Hatterley and Nicole Glover from Poinciana and from Osceola. So they create that family atmosphere, as you can see with these students from just listening to them. So I could get you specific data. It's,
sure, I'd love to see that. I'm sure we all would.
Sure, and our data doesn't come in, I can bring it to you, it's not in the graph format, but I can make you the graphs.
Just for some history, Narcoossee Middle School Principal David Stone, he was a school board member, he taught in Orange County, he brought it over from Orange County. So just from some history.
Yeah, when you do provide that data for all the board members, that'd be great.
I got a question.
Mr. Phelps?
Actually, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Allen.
Yeah, I just want, thank you, Mr. Phelps. I just wanted to thank staff and the students here tonight for presenting so well, AVID. Back in the late 2000s, I was a school principal and helped lay the foundation at Horizon Middle School. Good job, proud of you. And then when transferred over to Narcoossee Middle School, helped to open the program there. So it's something that's very special to my heart, and from firsthand experience, I can tell you that I've seen hundreds of students go through the program and increase their success and go on to college. So it's just tremendous. As we continue to grow the program, as Ms. Merritt said, we're expanding into the elementary schools now. We very well may be coming to the board and looking for more resources. In my humble opinion, I think it is money extremely well spent for our kids. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wheeler?
I got a couple. First off, to your point, Mr. Allen, having been a tutor for several years and seeing some of the kids you tutor go to college, what I've noticed is a lot of those kids still keep in touch with me. Even when they're in college, they ask for letters of recommendation and they just call me when they're home for break. But the question I've got is, and it may be too soon to tell because we've got it in elementary and we've got it in middle school, is there any data or is it too early to have data to track? Typically, kids come out of elementary school in pretty good shape. 5th grade. Then they get to 6th grade and there's a transition period. Some kids they have a tough time with that transition. I'm just curious if the students who are in AVID in elementary and then stick with it in 6th grade, is there any data that shows that those kids have an easier time with the transition or the same? I'm just curious how that works. Same thing goes if they go from middle school to high school. Do those kids, because again, kids sometimes come out of 8th grade in good shape and then 9th grade, there's that transition. Is there any data that shows how those kids do or don't transition?
Go ahead.
Well, we wouldn't have data yet for the transition from the elementary to the middle because we just now have it in our 5th grades. But we do probably have lots of information about moving from middle school to high school. From the students right here, they might be able to speak to that themselves about that transition.
Let me couch it this way. For those of you who had it in middle school who now have it in high school, do you notice that for you and the other students in AVID that were in middle school and now in high school, they've got an easier time transitioning than students who maybe weren't in it and coming into Avid, or just kids you know who weren't in it and are going to ninth grade and they're struggling? Do you notice any difference between the Avid students versus the non-Avid students? Don't all jump up at once.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Yeah, in middle school we were taught many different, like, we learned Cornell notes, star notes, all sorts of other stuff. So going into high school, we had that basis. We knew about TRFs, we knew about all this stuff. So then when somebody just moved and entered the program, they were a little confused. So yes, we had to help get them in like all the time that they weren't in to tell them what's going on now. But when they did get on the bandwagon, then they understood how to do everything after that point. But I feel like if we start from elementary at such a young age, it's way easier by the time you get to high school. Because the younger you start at that age, you just get it more,
I want to make a comment to all of you. All of you are representing Avid exceptionally well. Someday, you are all going to be successful in your chosen endeavor. When you are, make sure you spend at least a year as an Avid tutor wherever you live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would encourage that. That's all I have.
Well, with that, I just want to thank you guys. Students, you did a phenomenal job speaking and presenting and speaking about how important this program is to you and the impact it's made on you. And you can tell that you guys are really doing good things, and the coordinators and directors, you're pouring into these students' lives and giving very clear direction. I've had the pleasure of speaking in a number of Avid classrooms around the district, and it's fun. It's just a fun group to work with and talk with.
You should tutor, Mr. Weiss, sir.
Probably should. But I applaud you guys for bringing this program to the district in the first place, for making sure that it continued to move forward, for making sure that you guys champion and students for taking advantage of this opportunity that's been afforded to you. So great job, just nothing but proud and grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Yes, sir.
You will make time.
Thank you. I did kind of mention earlier I was a little bit nervous because everyone's a professional and I wanted to kind of like have that professional aura about me. My career profession, I do want to be a lawyer. What type of lawyer, I'm still kind of unsure yet, but I do believe I would love some mentors to kind of help me out with that. In addition, Avid has. I really want to put Avid on the spot and really thank Ms. Hadley and Ms. Crow, who did not make it here today, but they really, steered me in the right spot. They didn't, they took me, kind of out of the spot of, all right, hey, you shouldn't be messing with these type of kids. They could get you in trouble. They could put you in, spots that you don't want to be in. So keeping your head high, keeping your grades up, and staying focused, and keeping the goal that's the priority.
Great.
Young man, you are fortuitous because on our school board, we happen to have an attorney right here who I think you've inspired to come to your classroom to help tutor a mentor.
I would love that. I would love that.
That would be fair. I would ask, and I was speaking with the chairman, that he would agree that would be appropriate attire for us to wear instead of our students. So if we can go ahead and find out how we can find college shirts, that we can help promote. We can help promote.
I just need a list of the sizes.
And I got one at the event we went to. I've got one.
And it'll be okay for all. We coordinate and wear it. Maybe the May during the graduation season or something. We'll wear it to school board.
Do it, Kelvin.
I need a child small, please. Great. There's a few attorneys here. They might want to talk you out of becoming. I'm just kidding.
No. Across the street from each other, they'll both get rich.
I kind of had it said since I started middle school, actually. I didn't really change up on it, but I am a huge computer nerd, so a secondary would be computer science.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Great job today. All right. Reach for the stars.
Up next is Michael and Gladys.
Good afternoon. While they're pulling up the PowerPoint, I wanted to bring around actually a printed copy of it. I know that it was sent to you at your email, but I also know that it helps to have a printed copy. Today what we want to do is actually follow up, continue with the college readiness along with Avid, We're following up a presentation that we did along career and college readiness that the high school department put together. And so the first part of this presentation is going to be on the Reach for the Stars program. The second part of the presentation is going to revolve around some questions that we have regarding data that affects college readiness for our district. So whenever we get started with the Reach for the Stars program, this actually was a program that was birthed back in 2009. And kind of some of the starting principles for it was it wanted to look at the missed opportunities for our students that are at really at the top 10% or on that right side of that bell curve. This is the top 10% of each school. These are kids that are knocking the tops off of the SAT, ACT, or FCAT. And what they wanted to do was ask themselves, are we challenging these kids to apply for top tier universities? That's how the program actually began back in 2009. So when we're looking at this, what we wanted to do for the goal was actually to encourage and actually improve that actual acceptance rate into these top tier schools. So when we looked at the actual program targets, what we were looking at was at the top you'll see that we started working with juniors and seniors, the top 10% of the graduating class currently at all 9 high schools in the district. It's a volunteer program where the students are actually sent an application and they're asked to fill out this application and turn the application in if they would like to participate in the program. So the students actually turn the application in, they turn it into the Career Center, and then our actual district career person starts to work with them. And it is through this application process and those interactions that Gladys actually starts to get to know these students and actually get them involved with the program. So Gladys.
Once students are interested in participating in the Reach for the Stars program, and they do submit their completed applications, I meet with them regularly at the high school to discuss key issues in the college admissions process. The topics that are covered when I meet with the students are listed right here. It's pretty much the admissions process, helping them navigate through the admissions process. One of the first things that we do is I have them create a resume just so that they can highlight pretty much what they've experienced in their high school career, AB honor roll, for instance, any kind of extracurricular activities. We also talk about test scores, SAT and ACTs, searching for colleges, the values of visiting local colleges. We talk about essays and what college admissions officers are looking for as far as those essays are concerned. We also go over tips on requesting letters of recommendation. So pretty much everything throughout the whole college admissions process we talk about more in depth and in detail. When I do visit the students at the schools, the way that they know that I'm coming, I usually go ahead and I'll, in the calendar and at Moto, I'll pretty much put in Edmodo the day and the time that I'll be there, usually during their lunchtime, so it'll be during their free period. Also, I also use Remind as well, which is a texting service that I have the students sign up for, and I usually will let them know just to remind them that I'll be there.
So when we're looking at the 6-year data summary that you have up here, one of the things that you'll realize is back in 2009, we worked at all the comprehensive high schools, and at that time we had 59 students in the program. 2011, again, all the comprehensive high schools, we had 79 students in the program. In 2011 and 12, the program only focused on 3 high schools, and there were 41 students in the program. Halfway through this year, Gladys Justiano come on as the district person, point person for this, recruited juniors during this year, and they rolled up to be seniors. So during the 13-14 school year, we had these seniors were involved. It was 130 students actually in the program. Again, we recruit juniors during this year, and the juniors roll up to be seniors. And so this year we have 103 seniors actually in the program. Okay. So let's look at the 2009 data and actually where did these students go to school. I found this very, very interesting. far as we're looking at the footprint within the district, but also looking at the schools that the students actually go to. When you look across the bottom where all 59 students actually applied and went to school, what you start to realize is that the program has really been beneficial in getting students to actually encourage to go to those top tier universities. And they've gone to universities like Columbia, Cornell, Johns Hopkins, Rice, and UCLA, NYU, UCLA, Columbia. When you ask yourself, well, of these universities that the students actually went to, what are the university rankings for those schools? Well, if you look at the USA News Today, what you're going to realize is we had these students, which were 6 of the actual 59, went to top 25 schools by the US News. And if you actually look at the Forbes report over here for the top 100, of the 59, 35 went to top 100 schools. So we look at the next year, going into 2011, again, we had 79 students in the actual program. You see the footprint of the actual schools that they went to. You see universities like Duke, Penn State start to show up on there. And when you're looking up here, again, we had 5 students that went to top 25 schools as recognized by US News, and we had actually 27 students that went to top 100 as identified by Forbes. Move on to the 2011 year. This year we only had 41 seniors actually in the program. 4 students went to top 25 as recognized by US News. And we have 19 that went to top 100 as recognized by Forbes. You'll notice that University of Alabama's on this list down here. Duke, FIT, still working on really getting them into those really prestigious schools. 2013. This year we have 49 seniors that were in the program. 5 go to top 25. 24 go to top 100. You see places like University of Chicago on here, Washington, Colorado, Emory. You see some really top schools that students are in this program. The next year, Gladys goes to working with them. We have 100 and something students in the program. And talk to us about the schools they actually were accepted and went to.
Okay, this is the year pretty much that actually former Assistant Superintendent Mrs. Tapley decided we were going to go ahead and expand the program again to all 9 high schools. So we went ahead and recruited a new set of juniors and seniors. So as far as the 2013-2014 data, a total of 130 students. If you see it, these are the schools that they were accepted to. And of the 130 students, we had 9 that got accepted to the schools that US News recognizes as the top 25 colleges. And then we have a total of 34 students that got accepted to schools, the top 100 schools that were recognized by Forbes. To help make the program more aware throughout the county, we actually held a parent informational night September 22nd, which was just a couple months ago, and we just invited pretty much all top 10% students, even the ones that may have not completed the college applications. We went ahead and sent a postcard to their homes to invite them to this college informational night, again, which was held September 22nd. As of right now, we have 103 seniors in the program. We did not, from all 9 high schools, we have not yet recruited the juniors. We're going to go ahead and recruit them next month, January, and we have a date set for that. It's January 26th, and it's going to be held at Osceola High School.
Very good. So as we look moving forward, again, the goal is to make sure that we're encouraging, challenging our students to apply for and actually be accepted in the top tier universities and colleges. One of the barriers that we realized when we were doing this, and we discussed this last time when we met with the board, was that our footprint for this particular program is our target group is 450 students but we only have one person that's designated to work with this program. So you would have to say that a strategy that we need to look at for this particular program with this particular group of students is that we need to reduce the target audience. We could either look at the top 5%, top 25 students at each high school, or we need to allocate more resources toward this program. I think by doing this, we would have a bigger impact, more students would be involved and be successful in getting into these top-tier universities. I think one of the things we've discovered is that parents and students are unaware of the program. The strategy that we've employed on this is to have the parent nights and have the student recruitment nights. That's why we had the one in first semester, and we're kicking off the one in January. Again, we're trying to not only get the students engaged with Remind 101, but asking the parents to also be involved with the Remind 101. If we look down here to the next one, is that one of the things that we realized is that the students had to apply to be in the program, and what we'd like to do is actually try to eliminate that application process, but be more precise with how we interact with these students as we go forward, and that addresses the barrier. This is the next one. Sometimes students, when you go to the high schools, they don't want to miss lunch, believe it or not, because it's their social time. And so what we would like to be able to do is plan some specific activities in like your AP classes for juniors and seniors or honors classes for juniors and seniors where these students would actually be at, or actually have individual meetings at the school specifically designed for that top group where we would require those students to come and making sure that we're sharing pertinent information and strategies during that. The last strategy that we've talked about, or barrier that we have down here, is that we feel like we could, our counselors and career specialists may need more training on what the application process looks for and entails for our Tier 1 schools. And what we'd like to do on this strategy is actually do training with our career specialists and counselors on that process and kind of layer that as we go throughout the year with the requirements for those schools. I know we've hit you with a lot of data and a lot of strategies, so at this time I'll take any questions that you might have, Mr. Weishauer.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Gladys. Mr. Thacker?
Yeah, when we were at Osceola High School the other day, there was right where we were meeting, there was a career specialist or something. I don't remember exactly what the title is.
Yes, sir.
A couple questions along that line. One, you're talking about needing more resources. I don't know if that position exists at all high schools. If it does, how do they work in conjunction with Gladys? And then two, I've also had a couple of these have told me that this is their role, they're there to help get students in college, and yet they're pulled away from that job doing proctoring for tests and everything else over several months to where they can't do it. So is it that we don't have the people to do it, or do we have the people but we're using them for other things?
Anytime when you're talking about, Mr. Thacker, allocation of resources, some of those tasks still have to be done at the high schools. You only have one testing coordinator. Whenever you're looking at being able to coordinate testing, that's a reality for some of the staff that's out there, whether it's a teacher, a counselor, a career specialist, that could actually be occurring. But when we look at what the actual career specialists are doing, we will talk more about that in the actual next presentation. They do some of this, but what we realize is that if you're talking about getting a student into one of these top tier universities, really the playing field and the needs to getting into those schools is different than getting into a standard college or university. So that's where this particular, when you talk about the strategy or the dosage that we're trying to outline with this, it needs to be more intense to be able to accomplish more with this program.
Well, I agree, and I think we've got to do everything we can here. I think it's a reflection on our community, the kids that are going to the top tier universities. And I know we do have some, it's evidenced here, and this is just the ones in the STARS program, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's more.
For the start.
There's more in our district.
Absolutely, and we have some of those data points in the next district presentation that we'll share with you.
Well, and I hear things that, well, a lot of people in our district aren't that concerned about four-year schools. They're only, it's the parents and the students are concerned about two-year college is fine, getting started there. And I guess I just want to say that if that's the way some of these people feel, I'm fine with that. We're talking about a community here. We've got new construction, new jobs coming in. Those are people that I'm concerned with who believe that we are a community that pushes for four-year schools, pushes kids to their potential to do the best they can, go to top-ranked colleges, go to four-year schools, not necessarily one down the street. And there's nothing wrong with any of those things, but when you get in the perception of what outside employers look at and outside people who are moving to community, they're looking at things like that. And we've got, if it's a resource issue and the resources are used properly, I think we need to do, I would certainly want to do whatever we can to help.
Yes, sir. And I agree totally. It's about challenging all of our students to reach their fullest potential, and this is specifically targeting those top 10% to making sure that they are trying to do that stretch toward a top-tier university. Yes,
if we've got somebody who's in the top 13%, but they really want to do this, do we help them?
Yes, sir, by all means. We wouldn't turn anybody away with this. But again, it goes back to efficient versus effective. When your footprint, the actual target group is 450 students, which is what a counselor or a career specialist is targeting themselves, you got to ask yourself, how much purposeful touch time can one person have with that? Because the type of coaching you're talking about, you can do some of it whole group. We can talk about what it needs to do. We can talk about that time frame, but at some point, this person actually has to sit down and look one-on-one. Let's talk about that application. Let's talk about your essay. Let's talk about the interview that you're fixing to need to be prepared for. That's one-on-one coaching, and the allocation of resources we have right now does not lend itself to that.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler?
Oh, Clarence, you brought up a good point. It's really an economic development issue as much as anything else. But getting back to it, we're not talking about 450 students, we're talking about 900 students, because you're talking about juniors and seniors. When you get right down to it,
right now, yes, sir, Mr. Wheeler, right now, starting in January, it is 900
but
kids.
to your point, if you wait till senior year, you're almost behind the eight ball. Right, so with that said, we're talking about 900. So with that said, you need more resources. How much more is more? What are we talking about? And then what's the return on investment? Mr. Allen, you made a great point that Avid is near and dear to your heart. That's a good investment in resources. I couldn't agree with you more. This also is a good investment in resources. We're investing in our kids. We're investing in the future of this community. So the question goes, to service 900 students, let's say you get 230, you get 600 of them. Let's just say 600, okay? And you're still growing the program exponentially. What do you need? Financially, we're talking money. I realize that we're talking bodies, but bodies translate into dollars. You need subcontractors, you need in-house, and I don't know if you got the answer, and if you don't, that's okay. Bring it back to us so we've got something to look at and to approve. I think that this needs to be important, this needs to be a priority, this is a reflection on us as a community, we're doing great things with the shelter program for kids who are really in need. We're doing great things for our fit kids. Now the question is, we've got these high-end students who we don't have, no matter how good Gladys is, she only got 2 arms and 2 legs, only so many hours in the day. To your point, she can't touch all those students and do it effectively. So what do you need to grow? And where do we find the qualified resources also? It's one thing to have them, it's like the shelter program we were talking about. Dolly wants to grow that to 400, 800, but she has to have the teachers to do it. You need to find those resources. So, and I don't know if you're prepared with that answer, but bring it back to us. I don't think anybody here has an aversion to investing in our kids' high achievement and high performance, and the future is now. This kid's only in 11th grade this year. They're only a senior this year. So, and the student population is growing, so factor an escalator in to accommodate that natural growth in terms of bodies, because with the 10% now that's 450, in 2 years now, that 10% is going to be 500.
Yes, sir.
So that's, and if you got the numbers now, it's great, but I don't anticipate that you do. If you bring it back, please.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but that's what I'd like to say.
Yep, Mr. Booth?
I just wanted to ask, how many of our students, of our graduating seniors, do you all believe are college potential, whether it's, even if it goes from Harvard to Valencia? Nothing against Valencia.
In the next presentation, we get down really in the weeds on that, which has the full landscape of what a senior class looks like. And I think once you look at the data, I think you're going to have a different perspective on why we put so much emphasis on college and career readiness is K-12 and what we need to do to actually turn the tide on that. But I'll be glad to share that with you in the next presentation.
Okay, that's fine. And I get, if I may, Could you give us an idea of how much time is spent with each student in this program? I don't know, you probably don't have it broke down, but how much money are we spending on each student? And how much time is spent with each student in the Reach for the Stars program?
Yeah. The dollar amount, it would be a little bit personal because then you get into a person's salary when you're actually dividing it by the ratio of the students that are in it. But Gladys, describe some of the activities that you do and what that looks like right now at the schools. And talk about the student that you talked about or shared with Mr. Thacker, one of the barriers that student has.
Right. Well, what I do is I'll go into the schools during their lunch hour, and I pretty much have a topic to discuss as far as where we are this month, where you should be as far as the college applications are concerned. Whatever questions they have, I pretty much let them know that I'm here as an extra resource for them. They can get in touch with me through Edmodo. They can get in touch with me through my cell phone. I do send remind messages where they can't respond, but if they do have questions, they can go ahead and contact me. Just to go over a situation over at Point Siena High School, we had a student that was number 2, and I met with her. She consistently, this year, she consistently met with me every month, and everything seemed to be fine until last month, right around before the Christmas break. The Thanksgiving break. And I just asked her, okay, so where are you in the application process as far as these schools that you mentioned that you were going to apply to? She goes, I haven't applied to any. I said, I know I said that I was interested in applying to, but I haven't applied yet. And so then I started to panic, and then the career specialist was there, and what's going on in your situation? And she explained in her household, her parents were going through a divorce. They were about to sell the house, and they cut off their cable, so she did not have Wi-Fi connection to get onto the computer and actually apply to these schools. And this was the first time that I was hearing about it. So I was able to get together with the career specialist, who's wonderful over at Point Siena High School. She was able to go through the FIT program and actually get her a Wi-Fi card so that she can connect online while she was on break for the Thanksgiving holidays, and she was able to start applying to colleges.
So would you say you're meeting with all 100 students once a month? Is that a fair assessment, or?
Well, I actually was meeting with them twice a month.
Twice a month. What about at the school? Are the guidance counselors there? Absolutely. Are they available for some of these same things?
They are, Mr. Booth, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next presentation. But again, when you talk about your pupil-teacher ratio to that staff, you're talking about at least a 500-to-1 ratio for each counselor you have there. Now, what we'll talk about is how we kind of layer that career specialist in there. But again, the career specialist has got to be about 500 to 600, even if they're working with just the senior class that's coming up. So it's the ratio that you have. And when you're talking about counselors, the lift they got to make sure that students are graduated, it's a 15, 20-minute meeting to make sure that the graduation requirements are met. That is their first priority. And then we talk about the next step is, have you started that process? The lift for those people and the job they're doing is unbelievable. We have an 80% graduation rate, but it's an allocation of resources of the time that you're going to stop and have that discussion. And where Gladys comes in is we try to do it outside of class. And I think we need to be more purposeful within the classrooms in some of these situations.
Yeah. And you have 2.5% at this time, basically. I mean, you said 100 out of 400, right? So that 25% of the top. Do you have kind of an ultimate goal at your current staff level? I mean, I know we'd love every kid, but as currently staffed, do you have a goal?
I think we'd have to tailor the program way down to more purposeful touches actually at the school. You'd have to cut your target group down by at least a half to have the kind of touches that we're talking about the students need, because 450-to-1, she had a 100-to-1 ratio. We didn't find about that barrier until it was Thanksgiving. It's too late to really get her where she should be, but we'll get her in a good university. So that's the kind of touches you need with each one of these students. You need either a smaller target group or more resources that you want to put into it.
And there's a portion that don't need this help, right?
Sir?
There's a certain portion that don't need this help. So not all of the 10%.
Well, Mr. Thacker, the point you're making is right. But here's the problem, and you know it because we all got teenagers. They don't bring anything home. So one of the best strategies we've been able to employ is trying to get the parents on Remind 101. So then because I'm going to tell you, if you hadn't ever a student through this process, the light bulb doesn't go off to you until August of their senior year. It's done then. We got to be talking about this next month with the colleges we're talking about, because you'll start your application, you'll start your essay, you'll start coaching these kids on who's going to write this reference. So yes, some parents have that capability and understanding, but if you've never navigated the university application process, it is so foreign to you.
So it'll be better served to actually work with the juniors than the seniors, is that correct?
At this point.
Mr. Booth, what we're doing is really targeting the next 6 months will be on juniors. That's why when Gladys says there's 103 into it, that's the ones that have been engaged the whole time.
So,
Thank you.
So lowering the target is not something that I think any of us want to see take place. What we want to see is strategic framework built about how to accomplish the goals that you guys are articulating and overcoming the barriers that you've laid out, so that we know as a board what it is that we need to allocate towards making sure that this is successful. Mr. Soto hasn't had a chance to speak yet, but I think I can speak for him when I say that this entire board wants to see this program extremely successful and grow. And
So moved.
So I think the great thing is that you've got a board that really believes in the importance and the power of what this program can do, but you also have a board that's not going to look at results that we've had and say that they're acceptable, and wants to know what is it that you need for us to make sure that we're getting this thing done all the way. 200%, not 50%, not 80%, not even 100%. And when we look at the information, the 2013-14 school year, 130 kids in the program, 34 of them going on to top 100 schools. That's 26%. We want to see that far higher. And so I hope you don't take this as a slight on what you're doing. I hope you take it instead as an encouragement that we believe in the value and the power of this. But now as a board, we have a board that's sitting here saying this is vitally important, not only for these 130, 400 kids, whatever the number is, but it's also important for us as a whole and for this community as a whole when we talk about how to attract higher wage jobs, a greater economic viability for Osceola County. So you guys are sitting in an extremely important seat, I think, for where this board sits. And I can say that I definitely want to see us continue to look at how do we expand this. When I look at the 11, 12, whatever year it was that we started paring it down, I look at that and go, and I understand some of the dynamics that were taking place, and I understand that the program was changing over, and Gladys, you weren't here. I understand all of that because I was aware of this program back then. But I look at that and I go, that can never happen. We've got to have it in every single school. We've got to make sure that it's robust. We've got to make sure that there's strategic framework built around when we're with these kids, what's being discussed. Is it engaging? Is it at the right time? Is it going to get the parents involved? And I know that's an ongoing challenge for us in all arenas of this school district of how do we get parents engaged. But many of us are parents of students that would have participated in this had it existed at the time. I would say that a lot of these parents, when they're engaged and told, hey, look, we want to be here and be a resource to get these kids to the level that you want to get them to, they probably step up. So,
well, Tim, I don't know if you were able to come to the kickoff in September.
I was not.
But I do know that other board members were there. This was the affirming message that we got. We had students and parents there, but we had just some parents there that said, my student had to play ball tonight, I came to get the message.
Right.
And that's exactly what we want to have in January. But again, you're talking about allocating more resources to a budget that's already in a depleted situation where, we're in the red in this overall. So it's going to be a tough sell to decide which way to go with this. I hear what you're saying. We'll put some numbers together for you. But if you're truly wanting to be able to target 450 kids, then you're going to have to double or triple your resources in this situation.
And we may have to make some hard decisions to be able to do that on something that we
Yes,
do
sir.
not make.
Yes, sir.
This program, even to Clarence's point earlier, this program in the long run, not only for the benefit of the individual child and that family, but for the community, this program will yield the results that we need that will more than pay for it in economic development and economic growth in this county. So I get it. And listen, Todd knows that, I talk all the time about, when are we not going into our reserves, and we've got to be whole in all these very important pieces. But we have educators and support staff and all of you guys in this room that are working hard for 13 years to move these kids through this process to get to this point in time. We've got to make sure that when we find those successes where now they're ready to go on to those top tier universities, that we're doing everything we can to then launch them to the next level. Mr. Willie, I know you had a comment.
A few things briefly. Relative to the university some of these students are going to, in fairness to the program, there's a lot of students I've known who've been in this, who've gotten accepted to Ivy Leagues in Northwestern, et cetera, but with bright futures and everything, it's just, they can go in Florida for nothing or next to nothing. Then we had one student who got accepted to University of Chicago. He's actually getting paid $17,000 a year by UCF to go to UCF. Yeah, so keep in mind, that's why some of these students are staying in the state. Now, in addition to that, one of the questions I've got, also, we've got IB programs at 2 high schools. I think at a minimum, at least half, if not more, of the IB juniors and seniors need to be a part of that cohort group for sure. And I want to go back. I've got a question. Out of the universe that we're touching now, the 103 or whatever that is, what percentage of those students do you know of qualify for college application fee waivers? Do we know?
Okay. Mr. Wheeler, in the next presentation, we'll talk specifically about that, but this would be the rule of thumb that I would use.
Okay.
Across the district, it's 60%.
I can get a fee waiver.
Yes, sir. I mean, if you're just using a rule of thumb based on the free and reduced lunch rate, it would be 60%. I do think that there's a good point that I want to continue on with what you were saying. These are the universities these are where they went. This isn't just where they were accepted. And I think that Mr. Wheeler's point is very valid. I mean, when you look at the footprint we're having in the state of Florida with Florida State, University of Florida, University of Miami, University of Central Florida, University of South Florida over in Tampa, some of these students are making that financial decision and their parents to stay here because they cannot take the debt that they would incur. The flip side of this is we got to make sure that we're accessing any financial aid that they might could get. But for so many of our students, I mean, the potential salutatorian didn't have internet access. That tells you the lift they've got to do. We can do it, but we got to be mindful that that is a true barrier, the financial issue.
And in fairness, if you look at the acceptance rate for IB kids at UF and FSU, it's 80, 90% for both of them versus traditional applicants about 38. And USF loves IB students. I mean, if you graduate IB, they roll out the red carpet for you. I know a lot of IB kids from Celebration and from Gateway who go to USF because they just make it so attractive for them.
Mr. Hicks, I've articulated to you personally how much I believe in you and what it is that you're doing in this district, and I want you to know that I really believe that you're the right person at the head of this to make sure that you have Gladys and Sarah and your staff and everybody working around you to make this happen. And it's important for me that you know that I genuinely believe that you will figure out exactly how to make this happen and that you understand how important it is to this board to make sure that this is a key priority for us moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Weishauer. There'll be 2 or 3 different approaches we'll bring back to you. One of them would be if we're going to be able to do anything with resources, making sure that it's immersed in the right curriculum. Mr. Phelps and I had to talk about that. Making sure IB, AP, all those honors level courses, either the Gladys goes in there, we make sure that that discussion is purposely happening in those classes. But we've got to start those discussions now, and we got to make sure that parents realize now is the time. If you want your student to go to one of these universities as a junior, you got to be engaged in the process. So thank you, and it's a team that works on this. It's just not me.
No, I
believe in it.
I absolutely agree. And I made the comment earlier, I don't want it to be lost, a strategic framework, a strategic plan of how we're going to actually use and grow and implement this program in perpetuity.
Yes, sir. And we'll be talking about the strategic plan in the next presentation. And as we look forward for the next year, which actually determines the allocation of resources for the district, that may be something as we go forward we want to grow. But that is a leadership and a school board decision on that one.
Yes, sir.
When's the next presentation?
right after this
In
one,
a
looking at the
moment.
data.
In a moment. Mr. Phelps?
Well, sorry, this is great discussion, and I appreciate the dialogue. I was hoping that maybe we can move into the next presentation. There'll be a lot of, I think, the next presentation will answer a lot of your questions.
Sure. Mr. Booth?
I just want, are there other sources, and mainly the Education Foundation and their Got College program? Is there any way that they could help us with this top 10 deal as well?
The foundation has been incredibly generous. Since I've been on this board, anything that we've asked the foundation to do to help kids go to college, they've never said no. I mean, it's that simple. That's their mission, is to get our students into college, if they're qualified, and help them find a way.
Thank you.
So that's been my experience.
And Mr. Soto sits on that board and will sit on that board for us as well, and so be able to continue that message for us.
Get to work, Kevin.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay, so as we move into the next presentation, what we want to be mindful of is, I know that this gets real deep in data, which I absolutely love and can embrace and go too far with it, and I get the look from Mr. Phelps that people are getting glassy-eyed when I do that. So I don't want to dig down too far into it, but at some point, when you need me to stop, or one of the staff members to stop, we need to do it right then, if you can. But please remember that there's so many slides in here that it truly, to paint the whole picture, you need to make sure we make it to the end, don't it? So, Mr. Phelps, are you ready? Okay.
Dr. Akes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stop right on that front page. Four-year university, 10.8% of our graduating seniors are going to four-year universities.
When you look at that, you're looking at the map here, and let Sarah explain to you exactly what you're looking at. And this is 2012 data, so go ahead, Sarah.
So when you look at the 42.8%, it's broken down into four-year Florida public universities. So that's the 10.8%. And then the two-year college is Florida College, 31.3%. And then Florida technical schools make up the 0.96%. So this data is taken, it's the students who enroll in a Florida public institution the fall after they graduate high school. So any student who would enroll in spring or summer is not included in this data, as well as students who attend private schools or out-of-state schools. So it's pure public Florida schools, and this is 2012.
We don't have a huge number of these people in the district. We got 400 or something that we think are potential or a little more.
Okay.
Is there not a way to track those manually?
Yeah, Clarence, you have, we need to make a huge separation now of what we're talking about.
Well,
We've now moved from the target audience is 450 students to your target audience now is 4,500 to 5,000, depending on how big your senior class is. We'll talk about the resources in a much later slide, but I want to make sure I get that clarified, and it's a great question.
But to your point, though, if you got 10% out of 4,500 is our target for Reach for the Stars, we're barely getting that in as a total. I mean, we got 10.8%. We got to double that number.
Okay, and we're going to talk about some of the underlying issues that we need to look at to be able to double that number, and we'll look at it as we go through it. So let's look at what the 11, 12, and the data is over the 2-year period, and explain why we don't have more recent data than that on that one.
Yeah, the report that comes out, the high school feedback report, it's a 2-year delay. So for right now, the most recent data we have is from 2012. So in May, they release the next year's data. It just takes that long to collect the number of students, where they're accepted, and so forth. So in May, we will have the 2013 data. But you can see from this chart, it's Osceola plus some of the Central Florida counties, as well as we included Collier County because they're very similar to us in size and free reduced lunch rate, as well as Dade County because of the ELL population. Just so you could see the difference between 2011 and 2012 graduates, where the percent of students that attend Florida colleges.
So when you're talking about, well, this is 2-year-old data, when you're looking at the source, it's really, really important that you stay with the same source when you're comparing. One of the things that you'll hear about that we've talked about is our Got Plans tab. that we're starting to make sure that we're trying to aggregate and catch this data with student surveys before they leave. But at the same time, if we start doing it that way, it will be self-reported. So in some of the things that we're looking at as we go forward is a better way to actually capture that data.
Mr. Wheeler had a
On that slide, right there, to your point, Sarah, I mean, we're comparing, I realize Seminole and Brevard may not be a fair comparative, but Dade you said is. And I'm looking at, on a fair comparative basis, 2011, they're 18 percentage points higher, and in 2012, they're 17 percentage points higher. So what aren't we doing, what are they doing that we need to, and what aren't we doing that we should be? I mean.
Okay, so when we get to the data points, I think we'll have a better understanding for the driving factors behind some of these data points. Great question, and when we get there, I'll make sure that we dig down in it pretty good. So when we're looking at things that will actually drive our resources, this was the 13-14 strategic plan that the leadership and the school board approved. And so along college readiness, these were the things that we actually said we were going to improve. For goal 1S, we wanted to increase the number of 11th grade students that took the that were 1s and 2s on the FCAT that took the ACT exam, because ACT is what would be what you would consider a predictor of college readiness. And then we wanted to also increase the number of 3, 4s, and 5s that were on their 10th grade FCAT that took the ACT as 11th graders. So when we go to talking about, well, what is our average, because the question was, what is the average ACT score for the district? You got to realize that you got both groups of students that are figured into that average, okay? The students that are in goal number 1, they're taking the actual assessment to make sure that they graduate from high school. They're going to count this for a concordance score. The students in the second part of it is going to actually take this to go to college. So there's 2 purposes for it, and we'll look at both purposes, and we're going to be able to answer, have we met the 13-14 strategic goals by the data that we now have, and we can look at that. So let's look at the ACT as far as a predictor of prepared to go to college.
As Dr. Ace mentioned, one of our strategic goals was to increase the number of juniors taking the ACT. So the data that you are seeing here is a reflection of seniors that took ACT as juniors and their 10th grade FCAT scores. So we disaggregated by level 1s and 2s in blues, and then their average ACT scores are on the top, and the number of students that tested is the 478 for the class of 2014, and then class of 2015 have 559 students with the average ACT score of 18.4. Now what's represented in orange is your levels 3, 4s, and 5s with, again, the average score for their ACTs and the number of students that took it within those cohort groups. So the increase of level 1s and 2s, we did meet the increase. We did have a decline in our levels 3, 4s, and 5s, but however, the overall tested population, we did have a 3% increase as the number of juniors that took the ACT for these particular 2 years.
The other thing that we really got to capture here is the difference in the average ACT score. When we look at it this way, we realize that the students that are 3, 4s, and 5s look at their ACT score, and it continues to increase, but both groups actually increased over time for the 2 years.
Now, going into the level 1s and 2s, not only do we want them to take the ACTs, but we also encourage that concordance score. The concordance score is the score that they can reach in the ACT that would qualify them for graduation requirements if they have not yet passed the FCAT. So if you look at our class of 2014 in comparison to a class of 2015, we had an increase of 29 students that did meet the concordance score by taking the ACT. So not only did we increase the numbers, but we also did have an increase in our passing rates.
Okay, I've got a question. What kind of test prep are we doing with these students for these?
We have that coming up in
okay,
the slides.
Sorry.
Yeah. This next slide, just to give you a little bit of clarification, the previous slide was based on our seniors that took ACT as juniors. So it's just an isolated group that we targeted for a strategic plan. This ACT composite mean scores includes seniors that took the ACT either as 10th, 11th, or 12th graders. So whatever grade they took it, it's represented in this graph. This is available in the Florida Department of Education Accountability site, and it's the most recent score that we have as far as comparative data with other districts. We've included this districts either because of location, that they're within our same locality, or they have similar demographics within our.
So if they got the same demographics, what's Collier doing that we're not?
Well, that's a great question, and one of the things we do know that we're doing is we're pushing that concordance score really heavily to making sure we get these students graduated from high school. So when we look at the numbers tested, we test our level 1s and 2s, okay? And when you look at the students that are 3, 4s, and 5s, our average for them are 23.
I'm looking at I'm sure that Collier also tests their 1s and 2s as well.
I don't know about the number that they test. I do know about the number we
Okay,
test.
well, I think that's fair, but, you've got it in there, so I got no reason to assume because you used it in your data sample that they don't, but we don't know for sure. I
Excellent.
understand that.
Excellent.
So the question I've got then, let's find that out, that's number one. Number two, and if they do, then what are they doing for test prep that we can learn from?
Absolutely.
The other data point that I'd like to make on this includes 64% of our seniors that have tested. So when you look at their juniors, the number that have taken as a juniors was 36%. Now we're looking at an increase of 64%, which is 2,407 seniors district-wide that have taken the ACT, and that's what's represented in this graph.
Based on financial needs, do students also get a waiver for the test that they need? Okay. And is it the same, about 60% of the kids are getting waivers for the test? Okay.
Now, we as a district, we received the ACT profile report. This doesn't give us comparative data to other districts. This is the most recent data that we have as far as our district is concerned and how we compare to the state and national levels. And this is what the most recent data points that we have received from ACT. This includes the class of 2014, which is 2,623 students, which is an increase of 216 students overall taking the ACT.
And before we get into the SAT data, we want to kind of explain what the differences are between the ACT and SAT. Usually when students come in and talk about taking college exams, we encourage them to take both exams, the ACT and SAT, because students tend to perform better on one or the other, and you never know until they take it. So we encourage them to do both tests and then to retest on the one that they perform better on. ACT tests the knowledge learned in high school, whereas the SAT tests the student's aptitude. Also, ACT questions tend to be a little bit more straightforward, whereas the SAT has a stronger emphasis on the vocabulary.
Now looking at our SAT composite score for 2012, and this is the most recent data that is available on the state website that gives you comparative data points within the district. This is how we measure up to other districts within the reading, math, and writing mean score with a total composite score of 1365. Now this is seniors that have taken SAT at any point in time, but it's the latest SAT result. So they could have had a higher SAT score, but if they took it again and scored lower, then that's what's reported within this report. This is from College Board. This we received this about a month ago from College Board. This is our ACT, most recent ACT scores. Again, similar to, SAT, similar to what we get from ACT as we compare to the state and the national level. We tested 1,848 of our students, and this is the class of 2014. So as Mr. Real asked strategies to improve the scores, we have brought in ACT trainers from ACT to meet with our teachers that are either doing intensive reading for our 11th and 12th graders, because our curriculum does shift to ACT after the FCAT retakes have taken place. We also have Plato test prep for our students. And career specialists and guidance counselors, they have test prep that is also free to students from College Board to Khan Academy to March to Success. As I mentioned, there's ACT prep built in the curriculum for intensive reading classes. We also offer ACT and SAT test prep for after schools and Saturdays through our SAI funds. That's our supplemental academic intervention funds. We administer PSAT for all of our 10th graders and ACT for all of our level 1 and 2 juniors. And of course, if there's any additional students that wish to take the SAT, but financial means restrict them, we definitely extend the support there.
So are we providing any kind of routine Saturday or Sunday test prep that kids can come to that that we just contract with somebody to do that?
Yes, sir, that's talked about right here in the SAI funds. Most of your comprehensive high schools have a Saturday ACT, SAT prep, or they do it after school. We made those funds available, and we have teachers working in those.
So the question I've got is, the funds that we're spending for this test prep, are we gauging how successful this test prep is? That maybe are we using in one school A test prep company X and in school B test prep company Y, and comparing which one's more effective with our students?
Well, the test prep that we use comes directly from ACT, and a lot of the materials is from the training that we offer that was directly with ACT, in which they come in, they look at our district scores, they disaggregate based on our students' needs, and then that training, the teachers then bring it back into the classroom for our students. So it's a more targeted approach that we're looking, instead of bringing in a consultant to teach all of our students, we actually have our district data so we can tailor our instruction to
But how confident are we that the instructors we've got doing it are doing, how do we know that they're doing a good job versus maybe they're not? And I'm not, how are we?
Well, we've had an increase of at least 29 students between one year to the next. So since we've implemented these SAI funds and targeting some of these ACT test prep, we've had some success. Now, we do need to keep track as far as the number of kids that routinely come on Saturdays and after schools. And a lot of times, they either have to work or they can come one day or not another, and then each school maintains a sign-in sheet of the students that do participate in those programs.
And we also need to look from your point, we have 29, increase, but it's school to school, maybe 15 of them are at one school.
Correct.
Maybe some school at 0. We need to track it down to that level,
We do have a very high success rate over at our Zenith school, in which they have about a 70% passing rate with the ACT. So we've used that as a model teacher as far as having other teachers come in and see what she.
That's for the 1 and 2. That's for the 1 and 2 students.
1 and 2s, yes.
Right,
Because
okay.
that's how we allocate the funds to help those 1 and 2s feel that's important score.
Okay, so the question was a while ago, well, what does it look like throughout our district for college acceptance? And the question came up, well, the schools that have a below 30% acceptance rate, University of Florida has a below 30% acceptance rate. In other words, for all the students that apply, their acceptance rate is 28, 29%, depending on the year. What actual schools are our students being accepted to? So we got 2 different slides here for you to look at. One is last year's data. So Gladys, just across the district, give us some examples of schools that would have those high or the low acceptance rates that our students went to.
So see, these are some of the schools that we actually pulled a report that have an acceptance rate of lower than 30% that our students are actually getting into. And as you can see, we do have students getting into Brown, Duke, Emory University, Georgetown, Johns Hopkins, MIT, Notre Dame, University of Illinois and Chicago, UC Berkeley, UCLA, UNC Chapel Hill, and Washington University.
So when we look at the aggregate, the next slide is the data that we've been able to compile over the last 3 years. And what's really interesting is that we had students go to all these universities and colleges, and the acceptance rate is on the right side. So you can see where our students are actually getting into these top-tier universities like MIT. We had students go to MIT. Their acceptance rate is 8%. So I think that kind of affirms the job that the teachers are doing at the high schools, the counselors and the career specialists are doing. These are where our students are going as compared to the acceptance rate there.
You're missing Amherst. There's a kid who went to, there's a kid that I know went to Amherst.
Oh, you know what, Jay, you bring up a great point. This is self-reported data.
Okay.
So that's the difference between when we're looking at the Florida data, we're able to pull that from the DOE because they have the college system that's K-20. This right here is not that way. This has got to be self-reported data, so it's only as accurate as the data source that you get it from, which is the kid telling you. And so we're beefing that up but we do need to do better.
Because I know kids that got into Amherst, Holyoke, Smith, Rensselaer, Polytechnic, and I know these kids. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you made a great point.
And just to your question earlier, asking about how many students qualify for fee waivers, and it is any student that qualifies for free or reduced lunch is able to get application fee waivers for college as well as test fee waivers for the ACT and SAT. So across the district, it is about 60%. The college and career counselors go into the classrooms during the presentations and inform students of this. At parent nights, we inform students and parents there. A lot of schools have implemented what they call Waiver Wednesday, so that way students know every Wednesday they're able to go get a waiver at the career specialist or counselor. And then we have additional resources on the website to let students and parents know of the availability of the waivers.
I'd like to now tie into something that Mr. Thacker was talking about. When we did the reflective visit, this is not isolated to OHS, but at OHS, the career specialist and the transition coaches were actually in the process of helping the students through that. So what he was actually able to witness was you take a resource and actually target it toward the group of kids to make sure that they're making the application, that they're starting the FAFSA process. It was really good to be able to see that. So Gladys, talk about the actual financial aid or scholarships that they receive.
Okay, at the end of the school year, the career specialists, guidance counselors, what they do is, again, self-reported. They do ask students what type of aid did they receive to go to these colleges. And so we have broken down for the years of 2012 through 2014, so for last year as well, and we've compared the aid, financial aid and scholarships that the students have received district-wide at each high school. Yes.
I got a question. So, looking at this, first thing that sticks out in my mind is everything should be orange lowest, green next lowest, and blue the highest. The only one that fits that trend really is Celebration High School. I realize there's ups and downs, but then you look at St. Cloud High School, looks like it's going backwards. That Ox is going backwards. But the next question is, how do we compare with other high schools in the region? How do we compare statewide relative to this? And I know you don't have that right here, but I guess that's what I'd like to know is, it looks like by this Celebration High School and Gateway are doing great jobs, but they also have IB programs.
Well, Mr. Wheeler, what the deal is this is self-reported data. And if you know Celebration and Gateway, that once they realize that you're starting to watch this, then they're all going to get real involved with it. So they know that we're talking about it, and they're very competitive, the high schools are. Good. So this will move. I really expect, like you got your OHSs, your OXA and your PASS, Point Santa is going to really jump. They really just are on it. This does not include Bright Futures. It is self-reported data, but now that they know that we're watching it, this is going to climb dramatically over this year, and I'll be excited to see what that is at the end of the year.
That's very encouraging.
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
We did get an opportunity to look at some of the other districts to find out what they're doing for college and career readiness and how that compares to Osceola County. Some of the larger school districts do have national grants to help them with the college outreach for particular schools within their district. As a highlight, we are one of the only districts that have dedicated career specialists in each of our high schools. So it's kind of a rarity when you look at other districts, so I think that's a huge plus for us. Some other districts have some flexible scheduling. So if a student wants to go into culinary, for example, and they don't have that at their high school, they are allowing flexible schedules or before and after school classes to get students into different career areas so they can pursue that. Some similarities that we have with other school districts is our academic programs, preparations such as AVID, as we saw, IB, ACE, dual enrollment, AP, and as well as our collection of scholarships and college and career information is similar.
Okay. So there was quite a few questions on the graph that we opened up with the actual map, and the discussion revolves around, well, in 2011 we were at 41, 2012 we were at 42, And the comment was actually made, well, what can we do to double that particular number? What is kind of some attributing factors to that? Are we doing enough at the high schools to ask them, to encourage them to go to college, and what are we doing about that? I think you got to do a root cause analysis about what's going on, and the actual term that, go back one, that Ms. Luciana uses is that, this year we're from kindergarten to college. We're making sure that it's kindergarten all the way through the college atmosphere within all these schools. The AVID program that they shared out a while ago, this really is what's embracing at not only just elementary, middle school, but high schools have completely started to take off with this idea. But it's a K-12 initiative. So let's look at the next slide. So when we're looking at this, and we're looking at similar districts, one of the things you're going to look at is with Osceola, we have, in 2011, we had 41% that actually went to public universities and colleges within Florida. And the FCAT rate, the actually passing rate for FCAT in 10th grade was 45. When you look at the 12th grade, in 2012, you had 44%. And when you look over here, 42% actually went to colleges, public colleges and universities within the state. Now, you're asking yourself, is this an anomaly within Osceola? And so we actually pulled up some of the comparisons that we actually have that are made to Osceola for as the surrounding districts. And I couldn't fit all of them on here. But when we're looking at Brevard, 64% of their 10th grade score level 3 and above, and 61% of their students actually go to public Florida colleges and universities. In 2012, 64% passing the FCAT in 10th grade, 58% went to Florida universities.
You bring up a good point.
You step over here to Seminole, and when we're looking at this, you got 65, 62, 63, 62. So when you're looking at the trend, the actual trend for this, when you're talking about reading, is that you can't hardly outrun that 10th grade FCAT score. So when we're talking about college readiness is a K-12 issue, all you have to do is look up here at whenever you're talking about school ready to go to 3rd grade, 66, 65, 64, 64. When we're looking up here is 54. You come over to Seminole, 70, 70, 76, 68. So the initial reaction would be like this. Well, maybe we need to do more with counselors at the high schools. Maybe we need to do more with IB programs at the high schools. The discussion that we've had is we need to make sure that we're pouring the resources and everything we got K-5 into this situation, because they have got to be reading on grade level in 3rd grade. Because it's very, very, very hard to overcome that as you move forward. The data speaks highly to that.
Dr. Ace.
Let me tell you how I stumbled into this.
I'm just asking a question.
Yes, sir.
You make a real good, this is very good comparative data. The question I've got for you, though, goes back to the original, and I realize Brevard and Seminole, clearly on everything you've showed, their tracking is different, and to their credit. But Dade and Collier were also part of that sample, which was alluded to by your staff and by yourself, that they were more representative from a comparative basis, and they were outperforming. So the question I would have, relative to what you showed us here, is how do we track compare to them? Because that was the one you said that you or your staff said was more representative to where we are.
Okay.
You don't have that here. I realize that.
But I can quickly access that through that report. Jay, the point is this. In any district you go to, you're not going to outrun that 10th grade FCAT. I will tell you, and Sarah didn't get specific about it. When we looked into Dade, they have gotten some multi-million-dollar grants to work on this. So they're infusing this pot of money, but it's only 4 or 5% greater than the 10th grade FCAT levels 3 and above. So when we talk about college readiness, it's a K-12 initiative. So, we've got to really do everything we can to beef it up throughout the initiative or the grades. So when we talk about sheltered instruction, it's very important. It's very important to me that they've got an elementary middle school. And so when we were talking about Ricky asked the question, well, what percentage are actually prepared to go to college? It's this right here, in 10th grade. This is exactly the kids that are prepared to take that next step. Right here, when they're entering into high school, there's not but 42% that are actually ready to make that next step. We looked at the same data last month when we talked about EOCs. 30% of the upcoming 8th graders are 3 and above, the kids that didn't take the Algebra 1 as 8th graders. So we can't just say, high school teachers, high school counselors, you got to get more. Our perspective has got to be K-12. That's why AVID is so important. That's why when we're talking about initiatives with reading, it's as important to me that Dr. Bresendine have the resources that are needed versus me saying, no, I want 10 more counselors, I want 10 more reading and math coaches in elementary. That's the long-term initiative that we got to look at. If we're going to turn this corner, we got to turn this one down here, okay? And you're saying, well, it's 50%. Okay, the data that was shared with you today was that 25% of our students are ELL students, that English is their second. So you have 50, another 25 off of this. Our teachers are pushing really, really hard to get that 50. They've got a heavy lift there.
Dr. Hicks, my question would be, looking at these numbers, and I think it's an outstanding correlation there, but in Brevard County, we see at 3rd grade is 66 and then to 64 in 10th grade. You know, that's a 2-point. They're 65 to 64, and Seminoles 70 to 65, and so on. Why are we seeing that 9-point difference in Osceola County, whereas Brevard is seeing just a 1 or 2-point difference?
Okay, Mr. Booth, I don't have the exact answer for that, but I can tell you what's happening at our high schools. You take a high school like Osceola, every day they're onboarding new students that are new to our district, but also new to our country. I mean, we've got 300 or 400 ELL students onboarding into this situation. That's why, for me, and you heard Dahlia say, I'm all about that sheltered instruction, and y'all were able to see it, Mr. Thacker was able to see it. We're making sure that we're meeting those students where they're at, but we're quickly exiting them from any Tier 2 intervention to get them rigorous instruction. So, Mr. Allen, did we talk about the acceleration plan that you've talked about? Did you share that last time?
No.
Okay. Let me tell you what we got going on, okay? And that's for these students right here. There's always a question of, well, you're doing a lot for the lower quartile. Let me explain to you what we got going on with these middle school students. This year we offered algebra, geometry, biology. This coming year we're going to expand that to physics, physical science, and high school 9th grade English. So we're doing everything we can with those kids at the upper end of this to get them prepared for the Tier 1 schools. But at the same time, the lift is down here for the heavy ones. Mr. Allen, talk about that for us.
Well, yeah, close. This year, high school courses in the middle school academic courses included Algebra 1, honors, geometry, for science, physical science honors, biology, and this coming year we're including for social studies a world history class that would be high school credit, and then for it'll be English honors for our 8th graders at that top tier.
At all middle schools?
It'll be available at all middle schools. Some it can actually field a class, and there's teacher certification issues there that we have to continue to prepare our teachers for. However, virtually we've been able to, if we have a handful of students that need an acceleration option, we've been able this year to infuse that into all of our middle schools.
Okay. Now I've got Dr. Akes, I've got a question for you. I mean, you make a very good point relative to the percentage of students who got college ready. But going back to the second slide to start with, where it shows we got 10.8 going to four-year universities, 31.3 going to 2-year colleges. So that breaks down to basically our 43% that are college ready. Okay. So now that we're talking about that, go back one more slide, please. Okay, this slide here, that 2-year college versus 4-year university. So the question I've got, how do we take that 2-year college number, cut that by a third, and add the other 10% to 4 years, so we double that for kids who are ready. We're not talking about kids who are, we're talking about that's the same group that's ready to go to college, and they're going to college. How do we get those kids?
Okay. Mr. Wheeler, your question is point on with the next slide we're talking about. Go to the next one. Okay. If the smart board was working, I'd be drawing some lines up here, so just imagine I'm drawing some lines. Okay. So what we talked about with the acceleration was what Mr. Allen just outlined for these students here. Okay? But what we're realizing is this is the 40% you're talking about, but when you're talking about the level 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 level, reading level for 10th grade, it's not a bell-shaped curve for us. It's blocked way over here like this. So the question is, what are we doing for all of our students to make sure at high school that we're encouraging them, are you going to college? What's your career plan? What are you going to do post-high school? And what you have, the base for this is your high school counselors and career specialists at each high school. They're touching every student. They're making sure that they're on track to graduate. Career specialists start to pick up. What is your post-secondary plans when we get them into late in the 11th grade, starting to the high school? Guys, you heard about AVID right here tonight. It's a wonderful program, and it's targeting the kids in the middle. I think I couldn't have said it any better. Was these kids would be first-time college-going students that have never been actually challenged to that next level. High school actually, AVID teachers are saying, you're going to go take an honors class. You're not challenging yourself enough. That's where AVID comes in. This is where Reach for the Stars kicks in for these kids up at this end of the spectrum. And your career specialists, I mean, they're working every day to make sure every kid has a post-secondary plan, and we're encouraging them to reach for their next level. In other words, we're not saying, let's go to the junior college. What we're saying is, I want you to go have a post-secondary plan, and I want to encourage you to reach for that next level. Transition coaches have really been helpful for Valencia. This is where their lift is right in here.
I got a question about that.
Yes, sir.
The kids who are going to Valencia is a great school. I think it's. What percentage of those students are actually applying to four-year schools also? And I don't know what that number is, but I mean, I'm not discouraging them from applying to Valencia, but I think that we need to say, okay, where are you applying? You know, we can get the application fee waived for you anyway. You know, also, I'd like you to see you apply also to UCF. USF. We don't necessarily, if you're going to apply to Valencia, we don't have to necessarily tell them you're going to apply to Stanford or Harvard, but UCF and USF are, those are realistic options.
Right. Here would be, we're capturing that in our senior surveys. Here's the problem with it. It's self-reported where you've been accepted to and where you go. So I don't know where, at the end of the day, I don't know where the student was accepted to, but when I look at the Florida data, I can tell you where the student actually went if that student enrolled in the fall. So there's some ambiguity in the data because some of our students do summer, some of them don't go to the spring. But we won't know every school that the student actually was accepted to.
Maybe we can co-opt with one of our business partners, Chick-fil-A, somebody that every time a student makes a copy and turns in a college acceptance letter from anywhere, they get a coupon for a chicken sandwich and a drink. I bet you Chick-fil-A would do that for us. I'm just using that as an example. There's probably other vendors who would, but you're right, you got to incent, you're right.
If it's a sandwich, I'm going to start applying for college.
Ricky, I'll buy you a sandwich. But I mean, there's got to be a way to incent them.
Absolutely. So your question couldn't lead us any better to the next slide. And I know that I've indoctrinated the district with this slide, which is going to the actual thermometer data. Gladys, talk to us about what this is and how career specialists are working with it.
Okay, this whole thermometer came about with the whole Got College initiative. We were trying to come up with a way to measure students with post-secondary plans. And this, of course, is data for seniors, and they are self-reporting this information. But what we've done is pretty much all high school career specialists, and they do partner up together with the guidance counselors, they encourage the students to provide them with confirmed letters of acceptances to colleges. We also accept confirmed letters of acceptances to the military. So this includes not just college, but also as well as post-secondary plans involving military. But as you can see, this was final data that we collected for the 2013-2014 school year, which was last year. So as of June 2nd, these are the percentages of students at each high school that actually reported having confirmed post-secondary plans.
So share with them the strategies that you're seeing.
Well, and I'm sorry that we didn't include the most current data. I actually have it here for 2014, 2015, and they've actually increased quite a bit. But just to give you an example, again, just to highlight and just spotlight Point Siena High School because they do such a great job. What they do is every time that a student shows a letter confirming that they have a post-secondary plan, they actually just have some sort of celebration, they applause, they just scream like, woo, yes, got a post-secondary plan, someone just got accepted to college, someone's going to the military. So they really just celebrate with these students, the staff, other students help in the celebration. It's a very positive college-going culture environment that they have there. If you guys have a chance to check it out, you should.
So if 78% of our students have post-secondary plans, why just get me straight on why we have 41% in college?
Well, what I want to explain is that the map that you saw in the very beginning of the slide, that's not including out-of-state colleges, that's not including private colleges. So, but this information is including not only the colleges, but also post-secondary plans involving military. Also, with the CTE program, with the industry certification, if they have guaranteed employment because of the industry certification, we count that in as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so she shared one example at Point Siena, but let's talk about the change that we've already seen in the culture itself. In other words, every student having a post-secondary plan. Most of our high schools right now are almost at having that plan in on the Got College tab or the Got Plan tab. They're almost hitting at 90% entered into there. But the question is, what are they doing on their plans right now? Today we went to St. Cloud, so I could actually talk about St. Cloud High School. Last year, this time, they were at 10%. This year, they're at 18%. Confirmed plans. And these are kids that will go to universities, colleges, or have already committed to go into the armed services. This is going to have a tremendous impact. In other words, we're having that discussion of what are you going to do, and then encourage them to have those plans already in place and ready to execute when they walk across the stage. This is going to be a huge driving force for that initiative that we're talking about. Any other questions on this one?
I just want to make a comment that it's not only at Point Siena High School, but all of our high schools are doing a great job as far as recognizing all these students that have these post-secondary plans.
Okay, so in each high school you go into their office. Every high school has a thermometer posted there, and it'll tell you the percentage that is already there accepted or what are their post-secondary plans. So any questions?
Can I ask you one more question?
Yes, sir.
What about Liberty High School on there? What was the deal there?
Again, Mr. Booth, I can't tell you about, for sure for last year, but I can tell you this year it's moving really nice for us.
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah. And I think it goes back to whatever you inspect and expect and come back to it, it's moving. And again, this is the culture that we want to make sure of. Every one of our kids has a college and career plan when they exit high school, and it's really working. I'm proud for them, the change they've seen there. And another thing that I think needs to be noted there, which is not up here from last year. Yeah, it is. Okay, last year, Zenith, they didn't have those plans in place. But I want to tell you, Miss Alexander and Miss O'Connor said, put the data up there because that was our baseline. Their career specialist is working just as hard with that group of students to ensure, again, they have a post-secondary plan. And we've been dual enrollment a lot of students there with our TCOs and going ahead and getting them accepted for there also. So I'm proud of their sticking to this situation too. So.
So as far as some of our goals for continuing the college and career readiness, we want to continue to make Osceola County a college-going culture, and by that, it could be done several different ways. I mean, you have the visual where you see college pennants and flags hanging. You have where students and staff wear college T-shirts on Fridays, but then you also have the classroom part where the students are getting the knowledge and the critical thinking skills and the research skills that they need to be successful in post-secondary.
I think we made the case for this is K-12. I can't have just a focus on high school with this. I've got to bring the reading level up all the way kindergarten through 12th grade and the math level, and it's got to be infused with programs like AVID of what are you going to do when you grow up? Have you thought about going to college? It's an option for you. So this is really a K-12 issue with reading and math.
And we're starting that with our guidance curriculum lessons. In 5th grade, we're doing interest inventories with the students, so they start thinking about what are they good at, what do they like, what careers are associated with that. And then we carry that forward in 8th grade where we do the same thing. We look at different career clusters. And again, students are thinking about what am I good at, what do I like. And then when they get to high school, we do with 9th through 11th grade. They go through the career cluster survey and again, find out and get more specific with the courses that they're taking to make sure it aligns with their interest area and the career that they want to go into.
I just want to share this. I think that you make a good point that it's a K through 12 issue, but I think there's also a huge opportunity out of that 31% going to 2-year and 10.8% going to 4-year to cut some of that 31 and get, and you know, I mean, I think there's a low-hanging fruit there that can be had to bump that number up by 50 to even double it, 15 to 20%.
Mr. Whittle, that's my term. You can't use low-hanging fruit.
Well, I did.
I think that your point is well made, and I think with any student that we're talking about, we need to making sure they're doing a stretch goal and encouraging them to reach even further. When we talk about, this is not isolated just to the district employees, and I don't want to ever leave a partner out. The Celebration Foundation got college through the foundation. We could not make them, I'm telling you, we're going to move that number. I expect our college going rate just for Florida universities and colleges to be above 50% for this year. But it's not going to be for the isolated effort of just the district employees. It's going to be because of the partnerships and the efforts of the foundation, Celebration. And the other thing that we've done is we've started trying to do it systemically. We had the whole group of 11th graders that went in November. Mr. Allen had a whole group of 7th graders that went. Dr. Bresendine, I'm going to get to take my 3rd graders, or 5th graders this year. I want 3rd graders. So we're really trying to get them to think, these are kids that have never been on university campus, college campus. That's the difference it makes. When they see kids on those campuses that look like them, talk like them, they say, oh my God, I can go to college and university. I can do this. So that's our partnerships that we've got. So, Yanellis, you want to talk about your next one there?
I'd just like to point out, Next Got College Initiative, please invite USF and UCF to attend.
Yes, sir.
We have found there's definitely a strong correlation between students that take the PSAT and their success on the SAT. So all of our 10th graders will be taking the PSAT and extending 11th grade PSAT for our 3.0 and above. We're also, in the spring of 2016, extending our ACT to include all 11th graders, not just level 1s and 2s.
And just as Sarah had mentioned earlier, we are making sure that all high school students have a career plan by using the Got Plans guidance curriculum that we have. And again, measuring the post-secondary plans for seniors, just making sure that they do have a confirmed plan. We are using the thermometer strategy that we got through the Got College initiative.
One more. I want to go back to the one strategy that talked about. Brevard is testing every 11th grader with ACT. Now, I think that's a goal for us to undertake, but think about the cost that it would take for us to do that. That's $40 a test times 5,000 kids. Brevard is testing every 11th grader. And when you look here, we're not even beginning to test all of our level 3s, 4s, and 5s. In other words, if we really want to reach out and raise this ACT average, it would take some serious bucks to take that one on, to move that needle. But that's what Bavard's doing. They test all of their 11th graders. But that's $200,000 to make that commitment to do that. That's a lot. But those are the things that they're doing to raise the ACT score, to raise college awareness. Those are the steps they've taken with that. So I just want to make sure.
Do you think if we did that, we'd raise our scores?
I know we will, because we're missing a lot of 3, 4s, and 5s.
So $200,000 will raise our scores?
$200,000 will get everybody tested.
No, I understand, so that'll raise our scores.
Absolutely will. Look, your footprint's different, Jay.
I understand, that's why I want to just make sure that the return on investment is an increase in scores.
Right. Because see, we're, the 1s and 2s, we're hammering every time we can assess them. We're having them retake both the FCAT and the ACT. Now, we're looking at 3, 4s, and 5s, trying to increase that number. But even here, what you're seeing is that we kind of stayed still with the number that we tested, but there's a price tag associated with what Bavard has done.
How many 3, 4s, and 5s do we have total in the district? You think they're not, you got 600 basically being tested. How many aren't being tested? Another 600? Another 1,000?
It's more than
For
that.
just, well, I have our class of 2015, so our current juniors, we have,
3s and
total-
above.
Excuse me?
3, 4s, and 5s.
3, 4s, and 5s. But these are students that also have an FCAT score. So any new students that have arrived to the district, we have 1,738 students, levels 3, 4s, and 5s, current juniors right now, that have an FCAT score. So if it's a new student, out of state, out of country, no FCAT score.
So based on the ones we know, we're basically missing 1,000 kids or more.
It could be possibly
Based on the numbers that I've got here, we're missing 1,000 plus kids.
Times 40.
I get it, I can do the math.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Guys, I know this gets pretty deep, but I think we had some really good follow-up questions that we needed to answer. It made us as a team actually dig deeper into some areas, look into what other districts were doing, affirm some of the things that we do have going on. But any questions that you have, we would be glad to entertain them at this time.
I think we need to know.
Mr. Soto had a comment as well. You still?
I've already forgotten what
Sorry. Board, if there's nothing else.
I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you, and this is great. And, you know, Mike, you've been here a year and a half, 2 years? Not even, what is it? I don't even remember.
The first month felt like 2 months, and the second one was definitely
You
kind
didn't
of...
have much gray hair when you first got it.
Yeah. Matt was made that same comment to me.
Well, whatever the time has been, you have completely owned the importance of this for this district, and you've taken the responsibility that this board, both previous and I know current, has shared about moving the needle, and you've completely owned it, you've dug into it, you've analyzed it, you're making very intentional moves to make sure that we go where we need to go, and I want you to know that I appreciate that. This presentation is phenomenal. Your staff has worked behind you phenomenally well to make sure that they bring the data points that we need. You answer the tough questions, you don't dodge them, and you use data to back up what it is you're talking about, and I want you to know that I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Anything else for the staff? I appreciate the time. I know it was long, but as we go through it, January, February, Ms. Pinkston will bring back to you a recommendation on update with CTE programs. Again, that goes with career plans. I'm excited for what she'll be bringing to you on that. But again, anything we can do, any questions we can ask, don't hesitate.
I know I asked for a lot of the stuff. I appreciate the thoroughness. I appreciate that you were ready to answer questions, and I know that some of the questions were not necessarily questions that were anticipated, and I didn't see this in advance. But again, I mean, you know, I'm getting my head around the fact that we've got 1,000 plus students that we need to be testing that we're not. And I realize there's an investment. I think the return on investment's worth it. I can't speak for the rest of the board, but that's, I think, money well spent.
I think a great point that you made as well is how important the Lisette and Mike and you working together collaboratively and understanding that articulation all the way through our system and how important that is. And I know I agree. I believe we probably all do, but that's something that's been very refreshing as well to see how cohesively you guys are working to make sure that you move all of our students together through this process. And we can't build a house without a foundation, and making sure that we're doing that properly is really, really appreciated.
Thank you.
Yeah, I sound like a realtor right now. Yeah, you should expect a real estate analogy from it. We good?
We have one more, yes, sir.
How long is that one?
3 minutes.
I was just wondering if Janine was still back there, but.
She was there.
Not that yours isn't important, but I just know that we've got.
Start the green light, Tim. Turn the. I'm joking, I'm joking.
Good evening. I'm Janine Jarvis. I'm the Director of Research, Evaluation, and Accountability. I'm here to briefly share with you some information regarding our end-of-course exams, as some of them are going to occur in January. To differentiate our district end-of-course exams from the state end-of-course exams, we typically refer to them as end-of-years or EOYs. Per statute 1008.22, we are required to administer for every course in the district a local assessment that will measure the student's mastery of the course content. Earlier this year, an additional mandate was added that the school board must adopt policies for the selection, development, administration, and scoring of these local assessments, as well as the collection of the assessment results. A draft of the proposed policies and the mandate has been provided in your packet. These policies were discussed and developed by a committee assembled for this task, composed of both school and district personnel. The actual policy or rulemaking will not occur until March and April, and at this time, the draft policies are just being presented for your information only. So, if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
The only advice I'll give you is an end-of-course exam for kindergarten or first grade music or art. Make it like one question. And I mean, just some of these mandates are just absurd.
Yes.
And to make, to prepare a first grader for an art end-of-course exam. I remember years ago, the state had every ninth grader going into high school pick a major area of concentration. That died under the weight of its own stupidity also. Let's hope some of this does. I realize it's a state mandate, so you got to do it, but some of these tests, especially kindergarten, first, second, let's not kill ourselves over some of this.
Yes, so Debbie Famey and Dr. Brizendine have been working hard on something that will be age appropriate and not completely.
Yeah, I don't want to find out that we've got to cancel recitals because these elementary school music teachers have to administer a test they don't believe in for kids who don't need it.
Yes.
Thank you. No other questions. Thank you for your time this evening. Thanks for providing the backup in our packets. Okay, Board, we are now to our regular agenda items under Curriculum Instruction Board. What is your pleasure?
Motion to approve under item 7, items A through E as submitted.
Second.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion for approval of letters A through E under Curriculum Instruction by Mr. Wheeler, with a second by Mr. Thacker. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Board, is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0.
Chairman, under item A, I'll take item F as submitted. I'll make a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Okay, Board, we do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Soto on the approval of letter F under Deputy Superintendent for Operations report. Is there any discussion?
I've got a quick question. If somebody can help me with my memory, Tom. Well, did we, I don't remember if we had a conversation about this or something happened, were we trying to move the start date back a little bit?
We would like to. Statute only allows for a certain number of
So
days.
that's not reflected in this calendar?
It can't be.
So is that over for this year?
We would not be able to change it unless the law changed. And once the law changes, and if it were to be let's just say it were to be in effect for July 1, we probably would not go back and revise the calendar for the new school year just because it's already in place. But if we were to see a change in the statute, we would definitely take advantage of it for the 16-17 school year.
Thank you. Board, any discussion, questions? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, under Business and Finance, I make a motion to accept items G through O as submitted.
Would you mind pulling O?
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept G through N as submitted.
Second.
Sure. Well, we do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler, second by Mr. Thacker on the approval of letters G through N under Business and Finance. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0.
I'll make a motion to approve O as submitted. If you want a second with discussion.
Second.
for discussion.
Thank you. Board, we do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Soto on the approval of letter O. Discussion from Mr. Thacker.
I second it, actually. The only thing I want to bring up on this is, if I look at the contract from AC Island Consulting, it's, the contract says what I want this thing to be, but if I look at the agenda item, it's probably on page 19, it actually says it's focused on the high growth counties.
area, yeah.
I want to make sure, and I know you brought up we want to have a workshop, I just want to be very clear. I am 1,000% behind having a consultant that is purely focused on our needs, not 5 other districts' needs. But I want to make sure that that it's not just that one issue. It's not even a financial issue, but the one Tom just brought up on school start dates. There may be some things like that we want to throw in.
I will amend my motion. I'll amend my motion to approve item O to encompass all lobbying efforts for the state of Florida, not to focus on a single issue.
Before we go too far on that it's really not needed, because really what we're voting on is just what's indicated here. That was just backup material with the narrative provided by staff.
That's just the executive summary.
The contract, paragraph 2.
The contract is fine. I just I didn't like the idea that the agenda item and the actual statements were
Pre-defining exactly. I agree with you 100%.
I want to make sure we will.
I just want to make one comment as well, Tim. I mean, I think at our last meeting, we heard 3 different folks from 3 different sectors of our not only our district, but our community, asked for what we could do more, and a lot of them said lobby at the state, and I just want to applaud Superintendent Luciano and this board for taking that step right off the bat to get that done.
Very good. Yeah, I think we're all on the same page, and when we get to the new items, that's part of what I want to talk about is how we work. Bear in mind that the previous board had set a course of action for us of where we were going, wanted to deal with high growth last year. It wasn't the right opportunity to, because we were too late into the session, but now we've got a new board. This is only our second meeting sitting together, so now's the time for us to begin to have those conversations about what are going to be this board's legislative priorities.
And it's a good-looking board.
So we'll deal with that later on, but I agree. So the motion still stands in the approval as presented for the lobbying services as presented.
I heard Clarence second it, but you had mentioned Mr. Soto.
Yeah, Mr. Soto did.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
So, yeah, that's fine.
You know, we learned in Tampa, you don't really need a second if we don't really want one.
Once you discuss,
Yeah.
you've got a second.
Don't believe everything they teach you.
Yeah, it was actually
Pretty
both
smart cat.
both of them were saying at the same time.
No,
Mr.
that's
Soto.
fine.
Yeah.
He was looking at me.
Yeah. So there is a motion, a second on this item. Board, any discussion? Okay, hearing seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Board, we're down to facilities. What's your pleasure on these items? Yeah, Mr. Thacker?
I need to do these one at a time if possible. I have a conflict on items P and Q.
I'll make a motion to accept item P as submitted.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. So there's a motion by Mr. Wheeler, second by Mr. Booth on the approval of letter P. Mr. Wheeler, I'll come to you for your discussion.
I looked at, I got no opposition to this. The only question I've got is, it says there's going to be an, and I see Jim, you're back there, Joe, you're back there. I guess the question I've got is the premise to have a CDD or EFBD that would fund an educational facility? How do we get to that premise? I mean, it says you want to help fund an educational facility in there. That's part of, did I read it correctly?
It's donation of land.
Yeah, can I maybe address with how, one of the big delays with this was originally it was going to contemplate EFBDs for both Toho and Tohoqua, but I think through, and I wasn't as directly involved as Cherish and Clyde and Todd were, but I was, Cherish would come to me and I'd say, do this, this, and this, and then she'd go back and implement it. I think, Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, but it came about the EFBD program won't work because of the great delay, and so ultimately this thing ended up being Tohoqua. There's going to be 46 acres dedicated for a high school, 20 acres for a K-8. Toho is 20 acres for a K-8. The agreement has really good provisions for all 3 of these sites to have adequate buildable soil. They're buildable, utilities stubbed to the site, sidewalks, lights. The developer, it really did a lot both developers did a lot to assure the school district minimal impact and cost to make the sites buildable for the school district. You have to purchase or acquire these lots within 5 years. You can use impact fee credits or cash or both, some combination at the school board's discretion. The value of the impact fees is determined through a very fair process, the result of extensive negotiation. The parties share the cost of the appraisals, get 2 appraisals. And the appraisals will be single-family residential, so the price won't be artificially increased by multifamily commercial being factored in. So it's single-family residential will be how it's appraised. If there's more than a 10% variance between the 2 appraisals, there's a third appraisal. Again, the parties share the cost. You average the 2 lowest appraisals, and then that's what the price will be. You can either extend impact fee credits or cash or both. The benefit of that is if there's, as we've seen with other developments, if the market turns and there's great delay, you can use impact fee credits, which presumably won't be used for a long time because there's not a lot of development. So it's really a very fair process. Other things that I think are that are noteworthy and that are very fair for you are attached as an exhibit to both document is your student generation rate. To avoid some of the problems we saw like at Lakeside and what can happen with great delay, you agree that, and you know this is a tri-party agreement, county, developer, school board. I believe county approved, but can't sign off till the 18th because people are out of town, as I understand it. County's already approved this thing. As long as the student generation rate per your study doesn't change, you've approved the build-out, the units of residential and such that are specified in the DRI. You could revisit that in the future and ask for additional mitigation if it turns out that real engineering studies show that your student generation rate has changed materially.
But if the student generation rate changes materially, are you suggesting that there will be enough revenue to actually build a facility? I mean, the land, I'm sure.
Well, there's not enough revenue from this deal to build a facility.
Right, that's why, so the issue.
And you don't have, but the issue is you don't have a legal right under current law.
I understand, but
to
the issue
demand that.
is, we can bank land, we've got land in other places, and that's terrific, and I think it's very generous and fair. But again, it comes down to the point that we've got land, but we're up to our elbows with our debt capacity.
Right.
And then, we don't have the capital funds.
And you are going to get impact fees for all the units that
But
go
you
in.
get those
So
after the students move in.
That's right. So but what you've just identified is the constant, chronic problem of the reality of the situation.
Been here for a while,
Yes, and we've explained that to the council for everyone knows that.
Right.
Everyone knows it, and but you don't have the legal right to demand, because there is no school.
No, I'm not trying to demand anything, I'm just saying, from a practical. I'm getting a bunch of land.
Yes.
And I still don't have money to build a school.
Well, I turned to Todd and Clyde to address that issue. We could not overcome the reality of our circumstances by this agreement. Given what we can ask for and require, I think it's an extremely fair deal because the developers are incurring a lot of expense to stub utilities to the site, to make the sites buildable, and to put sidewalks and lighting.
It's greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
But again, we just.
That they are not going the additional step
I'm
of
not saying
actually
that they
building a
should,
school.
we don't have a solution to do it, that's fine.
Currently, we don't. Yes, you're right, sir.
So basically, we're doing this for when the time comes that we can build a school.
Oh, you've got the site, right, yeah.
And you have to, at the point in the future where you do need to build a school there, you look at bonding, you look at cops.
There's a dedicated site for it.
You look at partnering with charter schools. There are a number of options we can look at.
We're doing this.
And you hope that your lobbyist has worked something other than Tallahassee where the high rate of growth districts get some help on the capital funding.
All right, you care to share a little light on this?
I'm good with it. I think it's a good compromise on both sides. I know we originally.
In terms of what we can ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. We discussed doing a EFBD with them, but the problem we get into, and Todd would be the build-out rate for the community, okay? At what point do we trigger and go in there and start building, and they're assessing homes? There's a certain, intrinsic value there to the
the time that it will take to do that. So
Remember Bill Collins
it's
told-
just, it's a good compromise. What it is, these are large developments. We're going to have more of these come through with Edgewater, with Fontana. These are all DRIs that are in the comp plan, and they are aligning school sites within these developments. How it's conveyed to us, we will have to work out with the developer. It's either going to be through, like Larry said, either a share of impact fee credits, or it'll be cash, or a combination of both. You know, I mean, the days of donations, and I know that everyone thinks that's a great idea, but to ask a developer to donate 80 or 90 developable acres is off the table for us.
If I
It
could
really
add-
is. I mean, those days are past.
Yeah, you know, future developers and DRIs, it may work out for them to do an EFBD, and that will help. It just didn't work out for these developers.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That just didn't, the numbers didn't work out for them.
And guys, you know, these are on Neptune Road. They've been churning for years. And I know Mr. Cooper could tell you the challenges that they've had with the environmental issues, the road on Neptune, you know, widening or whatever they've got to deal with that. Aside from just the development of the property itself and trying to market and sell homes in there. Once these developments start rolling, he's got some infrastructure started, you know, the jobs it's going to create and everything it's going to bring to the community. So it's all good, and we hope that all keeps driving and our impact fees keep coming in, and Todd has a overflowing bank account, and we can build these schools. That's the ideal situation.
Our new lobby is successful.
We cannot tell right now, 5-6 years from now, whether or not we'll build a high school there, but we will have a piece of property that we will probably have purchased, well, we'll have to in 5 years.
Within 5 years, let's do it.
You know, and that's all good. So we're good with it, I think. Todd, you're good with it, right?
Take all those dates in the calendar, you know, in the computer, those are the kinds of deadlines you don't want to forget. Just as a brief aside,
Yeah.
Park City Mountain Resort lost Park City Mountain Resort.
Vail.
Because
It's now
they
Vail.
didn't, it's now Vail, because they did not exercise their option to renew their lease for like 50 more years. And they came up with an exercised option, and it was determined that they falsified the document. It's so those are the kinds of dates you want to tickle in your computer system, because we have a duty to buy that land within 5 years, and we can't miss that deadline.
Okay.
Mr. Thacker?
Just for the record, I will be abstaining from voting on this particular item. My wife is the representative of the applicant, and so there appears to be a conflict of interest, and I will fill out appropriate paperwork if Tanya can get me the form.
So you kind of looked at.
Good. Yeah, my comment, though, was going to be, I want you, Joe, Jim, I want you guys to know I appreciate this, and as I read through the agreement, and as both Larry and Clyde mentioned, you know, there's good, usable land that we'll be working with, and that's not lost on me, and I want you to know that we do appreciate that. I think you know I would have loved to have seen EFBD out there, but I also know that you know, you're a private business, and you've got to figure out what's best for you to move your product in your community, and you guys have been waiting a long time to get this product out to the marketplace. So I want you to know that what you are doing isn't lost on me, and it is appreciated.
Jim and Joe, yeah, I this is great, but I just feel like I'm constantly behind the 8 ball with needing classrooms without any way to pay for it. I mean, that's just the reality of being up here.
Thanks for working with us. We do have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion does carry 4-0 with one abstention from Mr. Thacker.
I'll make a motion to approve item Q as submitted.
So moved. Second.
Okay, Board, there is a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Booth on the approval of letter Q. Mr. Thacker, I'll come back to you again.
I think just for the record, I need to put on the record that I will be abstaining from voting on this project as well. Same developer, my wife is the counsel for the applicant, and conflict doing no vote.
Yep. Very well. Board, any discussion on these items? This item, excuse me? Okay, hearing seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Again, the motion does carry 4-0 with an abstention from Mr. Thacker.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve item R as submitted.
Thank you. Board, there is a motion. Is there a second on this item?
Don't all jump up at once.
I'll second it.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay, so we do a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Soto on the approval of letter R under facilities. Discussion to Mr. Wheeler.
The only question I got, Clyde, this is going to be open in August?
That's the plan, yes, sir.
I'll yield the floor to Mr. Booth.
Okay, Mr.
I was just-
July.
You know, I got the question asked several times of me during the current rezoning, redistricting things that are still going on, and thank you to you and your staff for working on that so diligently. But could you just explain why we are spending this money here when maybe we could have spent it at St. Cloud or Gateway or somewhere else?
We try to, at one point in the last direction the previous board had given us, we have our high schools at 2,148 student stations, right around 2,150. It needs to be noted, Celebration and Harmony were both constructed in 04, 05, and those were both built at 1,850 students, okay? They were both planned and designed for a 500 student station classroom wing, 2-story. Last year we opened, or this school year, we opened the one at Celebration, and this will put Harmony right in line with where we're at St. Cloud and Osceola. Osceola is a little bigger because of the build out that we ended up going back and adding a wing during the renovation. There's also some problems with some land at St. Cloud High. It is a challenge. We've looked at some options, and we've got some options, but it's going to cost money eventually if we want to build that school out. But we're trying to keep the schools without building one too large, okay? And I think that's kind of the direction, and that's why we're talking about doing some redistricting. The bottom line is we need that high school, either at Boggy Creek or Neptune. Yeah.
High school.
What's
the
money?
The money's going to come from impact fees to pay for this.
Oh, for that?
You guys just got elected. You brought 70 million with you.
I know you guys don't like to speak in this language, but where are we on that? Just without Maciana Consulting bringing $70 million back, where are we in our?
I think
on that front.
I can tell you that right now on the projections for impact fees, there's not enough right now that we're showing in the revenue stream over the next 5 years to construct the high school and to meet the other needs that we have on the books. That's not to say that the projections and the revenues won't increase once these big developments get going. Those impact fees should generate more, but I think we're being led by our business advisory board.
And then they'll need a high school.
Based on the latest information from our business advisory group, we feel that the impact fee revenue estimate is a little bit understated, so we will be coming back in January with that group to look at that estimate and make some adjustments, most likely upwards. So we will have a little bit more revenue coming in from impact fees this year, and then we'll look at future years at the same time.
What's a little? Roughly.
I want to say, roughly was about 3 million right now.
So it's 3 million, it's not 300,000.
Roughly about 3 million. I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but that's somewhere around there.
I think it's safe to let you know, we've got the workshop scheduled for, I think, January 27th. And we would certainly like Mr. Horner to be there. I've got it, I'm going to list it as growth management. It's going to be about funding, guys. We are talking internal, it's no secret, we'll put it out there. We're talking about either looking at bond referendum or something that these other districts are going after. Districts that do not have the growth that we're seeing. I mean, Broward County, they just went after a large GO bond. Seminole has generated extra money. Orange County is flush in cash. I mean, we talk to them all the time. If we could borrow money or they just loan it to us, it'd be nice, but that's where we're at. So I think at the end of the month in January, when we come back, we're going to have a lot of talk about it. And I know everyone has an opinion about going after money with the taxpayers. I know the county's looking at mobility fees. They're looking at possibly a sales tax. Everyone's going to have to get together. So Mr. Horner's going to help us with that, I
Do
hope.
we have time at that work? That's not a time limited.
No, sir, it's at 4 o'clock and it can go till midnight, or 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it's no board meeting.
long as it's
It
not
it is
board.
not in front of a board meeting. That's why we scheduled it like that. So there would be enough conversation, you know? Okay? Well,
Thank you, Clyde.
Mr. Phelps?
Just to follow up with what Clyde was saying, we do have the workshop scheduled on the 27th, and we'll be discussing some other options. We've had a high school on the books to try and build for many years. We have a phased-in plan, we have a build-it-out plan, but obviously without the funds, we really can't go anywhere. So we want to try to manage growth at this point with building some wings. The wing at Harmony High School is going to be necessary even down the road. So if a new school comes online in the East Lake area, that wing is still most definitely needed for the growth that's occurring in that area.
Right. I think it's important. When we did the 2 comprehensive renovations, St. Cloud and Osceola, the board wrestled with, who's going to go first, and then they all came together and said, you know what, we're going to find the money. They come out with $110 million to do those 2 high schools. At the time, we went out also and purchased property on Boggy Creek. We got 75 acres up there for a high school. It was on the books with impact fees the way they were rolling in that we were going to construct that high school in 4 years. The 2 renovation projects those 2 high schools were cut back from 2450 student stations to 2148. That was the decision that was made because we would be able to open the new high school up on Boggy Creek and keep it around 2,200 students. The economy crashed. We were already starting these projects and the money dried up. So that's where the high school went. There was a plan for it. It was on the book. So thank you.
Good. Board, any other discussion on this? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, you're voting on the approval of letter R under facilities. Board, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Mr. Phelps, I'll come to you for superintendent recommendation.
Yes, we're requesting approval of item U for a class size flexibility waiver.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion by Mr. Soto. Is there a second on this item?
I'll second with discussion.
Okay, second by Mr. Wheeler. Discussion, Mr. Wheeler?
April, I heard you talk, but this is one of those ones where you gotta kind of hold your nose and vote on it, because we need the financial flexibility, which is not to necessarily suggest that we're going to exceed it, but we need to make sure that the superintendent has everything they need to account. We heard that we've got to expand college readiness, we've got to expand AVID, and you got this much need, you got this much money, you got to start slicing and dicing and give people the options to do things. So that's why I'm supporting it. I mean, this is one of those ones that you hate to see come to you, but the financial reality is such that you can't afford not to do it.
Mr. Booth?
Yeah, Ms. Jackson, if we were to add students throughout the year and we stated these current numbers, will we then be splitting up kids that had been a half a year already in that class? So it's bad for how you explained it, correct? But then if we kept it at those numbers, it'd be bad if we split those classes later on. Would that be correct? So it's just bad all around.
No, right, there's no upside to this.
Yes, ma'am.
Flexibility.
Yeah.
When we are being badgered that our test scores have fallen or haven't risen to where they need to be, I will remind the board that, once again, it was their decision to approve this.
Mr. Thacker?
If the test scores go up, please remind us about that, too.
I have no problem doing that.
Can I make a comment, please? Just to let you know that if the student population does increase, we do adjust instructional units in the classroom. We follow a model. This model's been very successful for the district and allows us to meet class size mandates. And we've been successful at meeting those. That's just what this is doing, is giving us just a little bit of flexibility, just in case we go over one additional student. But if student enrollment does increase at the school, we do make the appropriate adjustments by adding additional instructional units.
Yeah, just one quick
Thank you.
comment.
Hold on, if you will, though, Mr. Thacker was.
I guess the piece I'm not understanding here, I certainly agree we need the flexibility. If we get one kid over, we don't want to split a class in half. But, and these numbers are not what Ms. Jackson was talking about earlier, talking about 3 kids. She's talking about 9 kids. And I guess, I don't have a problem with these at all. It's when we're doing these other things that are putting 9 more kids in, which is not what this is, I don't believe. So.
Okay. Mr. Soto?
Yeah, the point is that when we're dealing with the county that's still the highest growth, I think that everything that was presented today kind of begs a question as to whether we have a choice as to, class size flexibility. You have somebody saying that an estimate of numbers going up 500 students per year, and the fact that there's high mobility, and that they're constantly coming in. I just don't see how, I guess, April, you have to just trust the district, and I definitely listen to what Mr. C's just said, and that, we do this responsibly. And I think that that's basically how we have to move forward. But to have the constraints of class size work against us at this point just doesn't, to me, it doesn't make it doesn't look like it's the right way to go forward. So, to your point, yeah, we'd like to go ahead and see what the results of this is in the future, and have the discussion when it happens. But this is what we have right now at this moment.
I think too, April, your comments were well received by me. I appreciate you sharing it with me, and I understand the plight of what our staff is working in and day out to try to accommodate this. And Mr. Booth, I think you made a great point in that, it's either way, this isn't good. I mean, 1,100 students is what we see coming into the district right now, projected at 1,400 students. Where do we put them? How do we build stations fast enough to deal with them? How do we deal with the allocations we need to bring on the additional personnel? One of the things that Mr. Phelps and I talked about as well is the utilization and what actually takes place and how many classrooms are actually seeing this flexibility come into play, and I think that's an important part of this as well. So trust me, this isn't something, if anybody had it their own way, we'd all agree, and we'd just say we're not going to deal with it. But when we look at the financial constraints of the district and how we're growing and how do we overcome that, I also feel compelled that I have to deal with this in order to be realistic to what the plight of our district and the funding that we have is. So, Mr. Phelps?
You pointed out, and I appreciate it, the fact that the overall number of sections that utilize the waiver during second semester is minimal when we look at the total number of sections throughout the district. I also want to point out that we still have to be in compliance with school average. So principals are not just going to go crazy and start putting students in every classroom and max out on the cap that we're allowed. They're very strategic about how they place students in the classroom. What I looked at in a report was, for elementary, most of the classes that even utilize the waiver only place one additional student in that classroom. For the secondary, they were 3 to 4 students depending on the classroom. One of the things that I think is important to point out, especially at the secondary level, is you have students who are wanting to take certain classes, and we cannot allow them into a class because we have a class size restriction. Once we get the flexibility with the waiver, we can allow some students to enter those classrooms. So I just want to be pointed out that the schools are very careful about how they utilize the waiver. But I do have principals asking because they've got students who would like to take a particular class and they can't do a schedule change until we have the ability to and have the approved waiver. Right. I appreciate the board's support. Thank you.
Yeah, and your time that you spent with me and going over that and talking through the data was helpful and appreciated as well. So thanks for answering my questions on that. Board, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Mr. Brown, I'll come to you. I guess first we'll take the Lake County appointees for Four Corners.
Right. On Monday, December 8th, Lake County appointed their board member Mark Dodd and a citizen representative, Pastor Jose Elias Gonzalez, as their 2 appointments for the Four Corners Charter School Board. So it would be appropriate for this board, just as a ministerial matter, to, by motion, accept their appointments. And as I've previously stated, the bylaws of Four Corners were amended to allow for Lake to appoint a non-board member, which passed.
Motion to approve the Lake County changes as submitted.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler, a second by Mr. Thacker on the approval of the appointments from the Lake County School Board for the Four Corners Charter School Board. Is there any discussion? Just a comment, it would be good to have some additional board members in the room with us to work through all that. So all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Mr. Brown, I'll come back to you for the Stony Brook Development Order.
Right, just very, very briefly, I have a draft copy of the latest version of the contract to sell the property to Ryan Companies. You can take one and pass it down, please, thank you. And there's no action tonight. This is something you can have over the holidays to read. And Merry Christmas.
Once upon a time, the contract for purchase and sale.
Yes, we'll print some out for you.
An exciting guy.
Ryan Companies needs to go to contract in January if they're going to have developed, either through themselves or through an assignee, a Red Apple. Red Apple Development is the affiliate of Charter Schools USA that routinely does the development for that company. They want to open in August, of course, and I just want to make sure there was a consensus to move forward. The changes from this version will be very minor. Let me mention the purchase price was negotiated to be $1.5 million. That's a little bit less, a couple of $100,000 less. What was the appraisal? 1.82.
Yeah.
1.8.
Yeah, it was, well, we had a very high appraisal, they had a very low appraisal.
And so we split it.
Yeah, pretty much.
What, your high appraisal was
2.025.
Thank you. And then the low appraisal they got was like less than
1.1, I think it was.
Right, and
1.1.
we thought their appraisal was ridiculous. They thought our high appraisal was ridiculous. And they did make a good point, which was they paid less per acre than this 1.5 price to acquire the adjacent 5 acres from the county. And they also have a good point that this property is subject to an educational use restrictive covenant, which does diminish the appraised value. So with all of that, I was comfortable with Clyde's negotiated settlement at 1.5. But the fundamental question is, the board, does want to go forward. So these people over the holidays will be doing a lot of work in anticipation. And I was just looking to make sure that we're moving in the right direction.
Okay. Mr. Wheeler, you had a comment?
This goes back to the point I made earlier with the two pieces of land that we got an option on, so to speak. I mean, this is one of those situations where there's a piece of land that was offered to us, but we don't have the money to build a school. And we need student stations now, and this part of the county is exploding. If you go to West Side, you'll see it. If you go to Celebration High School, you see it. And this provides student stations by August by a charter operator that's got 4 A schools in the county and has performed. And in fairness, we started these conversations. I mean, one of the issues I had, and I made sure I talked, because they're talking about a high school element. I want to make sure they got a music room, an auditorium, a gym, football fields. I want this to be I want a student to have a comprehensive, full high school experience, not one where there's no gym or there's no fields, et cetera. So I wish we had the money to build schools, but we don't. So here's an option for us to get a school open by people who've been good partners with us, who performed well, and they'll be open in August, and they can do it for a lot faster and for a lot less than we can. So I'm good with it.
Yeah, very briefly, I want to add that one of the pieces, when you look through this draft, because my real estate attorney is at a loss for coming up with the language, we want to add in some language that does just what Mr. Wheeler says as a condition, which is the amenities. It doesn't have to be SREF, but it has to have amenities that are like a traditional school at that grade level. But the point I want to get to, though, is the fields. The issue of the fields may be problematic because it's a 16.2 acres plus the 5 is 21.2. It may be too small to do full array of fields.
They told me they could do it.
I guess we'll find out. That could be the rub during the negotiation phase.
That was one of the questions that I intentionally asked. They said, oh yeah, we'll do it.
And Clyde, I've heard contrary from them that they can't do the full athletic fields because it's too small.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out.
I don't know what their plan is as far as the building or whatever. how high up they want to go or what, but 16 acres will be a struggle to put tracks and ball fields and all
They
the
got the
buildings
five.
you need for a high school. I mean,
They have the extra 5 acres.
21 work.
21 acres.
Well, that's, they knew the challenge going in.
All right, so that's good to hear, though, that that's still going to be your expectation, because I've been talking to them about that point, and they're starting to make noise about the fields. But they're clear on labs, hoods, auditorium, the choir, band room, all of that is not a problem. It's just the athletic fields because of the space. But I will tell them they got to figure that one out.
Well, and let's see what they come up with as well.
Yes, sir.
I mean, Oxa doesn't have fields, PATH doesn't have fields. I mean, those are different, I get it, but let's see what their model is of what it is
Yes,
that they're
sir.
proposing to put
And
out
they haven't
there, so
said
we
no.
know what their intended purpose is.
They haven't said no, they're just squawking a little bit that that's going to be difficult.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Thacker had some comment as well.
Yeah, I guess if you're just looking for consensus, I'll throw my 2 cents in here, which Clyde has heard over and over again. And I guess from a philosophical standpoint, I have a problem with having a developer grant us land and turning around and selling it. I brought this up when we took the vote a month ago on that, if we were going to build a school or not. I get that it's got the restriction, that it needs to be of educational purpose or school purpose, whatever the thing, however it's worded. I just, it was somebody's private property. Through an agreement back in 2006, they agreed to grant this to us. I'm sure there were, who knows what those conversations were back then. And I think there were other paths we should have maybe taken. I think negotiated with Lennar. If we needed a school someplace else and they had property, could you have switched it out? Is there a higher, better use for Lennar there than another place? And I don't know the answers to those, but I don't think the conversations took place.
You make a good point. I think that one of the things I would say is maybe we should consider some impact fee tax credits. I think it's not unfair. I mean, I don't know if we can afford it or not, but I think that's not unfair.
I don't know either, but I think we ought to have the conversation, because, if we just want to get money wherever we can, there's a Bank of America down the street, we can go get some money out of the vault.
You open a KFC also.
So, that's one issue I have with this. The second issue is, and I know legally, we had no obligation to bid this out or anything else, but it just feels a little funny that we bought property 30 days, or didn't buy it, we took ownership property 30 days ago. We have an agreement with one charter company. I don't think there were other charter companies had any conversations about this or not. I know Charter USA is the biggest. I know there's a lot of different things, but just in the essence of transparency and all being upfront, it just doesn't feel right to me.
I'll share that, and that's a fair statement, Clarence. I'll say this: the other charter operators can't take a piece of property and open it in January and open a school in August. That's the issue. If we didn't need the student stations, I think that there's a lot of things you can do. But the fact that we need the student stations and that they can do it, that's one of the issues we've discussed ad nauseum relative to who can help us. There's a lot of charter operators out there, but they don't have access to the markets. And you need somebody who can actually, if they get the property, they can open, and they've got a track record to perform. So your point's well taken, but there aren't dozens of them.
I don't disagree with that, but if you put it out there, everybody else has an opportunity to not participate. The way it was done, there was no opportunity.
Well, you gotta open a school by a certain date. You're working towards a schedule, and then you gotta consider that also.
Okay. Just anyone else on that? Okay, Mr. Brown, anything else you need?
What I've heard is at least four are comfortable moving forward in this direction, although I think in the future, we could look at, if we have a similar situation, and we don't need it in one area, you could ask the donor, do you have land somewhere else? And that's always an option, but what I hear is four in favor of moving down this path that was already set.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think Clarence's points are perfect, though. I mean, and it's something that we can look at for the future, and we have more time and more opportunity to figure out how to explore.
And the RFP concept and bidding it out, not a hard bid, of course, but the RFP concept is something that we've discussed before as part of a larger program to get stations put in through, letting other charter schools do different, because we have land in various areas of the county. And that is something we've talked about in the past. And that would be something more put out there to everyone.
Just to illustrate, Clarence, when we did an RFP for Four Corners Charter School, there were two respondents. In other words, the existing charter operator and charter schools USA, and all the other charter operators could have submitted. But that's fine, and I'm just sharing that.
There are very few charter school companies that have the capability to even develop schools. There's Academica, there are two others besides Imagine.
And I'm fine, I get all that,
Yeah.
but it's, if you open it up and nobody does it, then it's clear nobody did.
Then you can't
Appreciate it.
That's my only.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, old business, board committee assignments. Board, I asked all of you where you were. I think we've got a pretty good understanding, so I'll just kind of run through these real quick and then I'll hand them in. Affirmative Action Committee, Mr. Soto. Audit Committee, Mr. Thacker with Mr. Soto as an alternate. Business Advisory, I'll come off, Mr. Soto will go on. School Board, Coalition, Central Florida would be Wheeler and Soto remain. Council on Aging, Mr. Thacker. Technology Committee, Mr. Wheeler. Education Foundation, Mr. Soto will stay on that. Four Corners Board, it will be myself as chair, Mr. Wheeler as District 1 appointee, and then Mr. Booth will come onto that board. St. Cloud Chamber will be Mr. Booth. Kissimmee Chamber will be Mr. Thacker. National Affiliated Advocacy Network would be Mr. Wheeler. Parks and Rec would be Mr. Booth. School Health Advisory would be Mr. Wheeler. Legislative Liaison, we already dealt with at our last meeting. Value Adjustment Board, I'll end up going on to that, and Mr. Soto will be the alternate, and then I'll remain on the Vocational Advisory Board. So those are all the appointments that we went through. Thank you for your input.
What was the Technology Committee again, one more time? That was the
Technology is you.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So thanks for your input. I tried to go about this in the way of letting everyone pick where they want to be, what they want to learn, or what area they want to serve in, so I appreciate your input on that.
You email that out to all of us tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, they'll get it all pulled together. And, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, you can pass that down. Okay, the other thing, Mr. Wheeler, under new business.
I'll be very brief, I promise. I just want to get back to, I had a long one, I left with you. At the last board meeting, I brought up the fact that we'd be going to conferences, networking, et cetera, and this comes right home to that point. I attended the Florida Charter School Conference literally like 2 days after we had our meeting here, and they had an exhibition hall, unlike Florida School Board Association. And I walked the exhibition hall, and you don't know what you're going to find, people selling furniture, bleachers, et cetera, and there was a booth there for University of Florida, dual enrollment. I've never heard of University of Florida dual enrollment. And the guy sitting there, very professorial, and he's, well, what school are you from? I said, well, I'm from a school district. Broward County Schools has dual enrollment with University of Florida. It's the only school district in the state that has it. I asked Mr. Brown if he's friends with the Broward County School Board Attorney to get the articulation agreement. He did. To staff here. I contacted Mrs. Luciano, who I guess contacted Dr. Akes. I talked to Dr. Akes. I talked to Mrs. Luciano. Because I wanted to bring this up. I think it'd be very exciting to have a dual enrollment program in our schools with University of Florida. I think that'll help boost our numbers. I think that there's no downside that I can see so far. And with that, Dr. Akes, I'm being a perfect straight man for you, and or Mr. Phelps, whoever wants to take this, feel free. Don't all jump up at once.
We've got current dual enrollment agreements that we have. We have one with Valencia with our standard dual enrollment agreement. You just approved the Collegiate High School dual enrollment agreement, again with Valencia. Myself and Stacy McMillan have been working for 6 months to get one with University of Central Florida. I kid you not, 6 months. So I'm trying to get that one nailed down. There's a little bit of an issue with the University of Florida one. Stacy and I have a conference call with University of Florida tomorrow on this. I think we'll be able to get it worked out. The cost becomes a little bit of a concern. Currently, we pay $71 for a credit hour with Valencia. When we work out the one with University of Central Florida, it will be $105 per credit hour. That's the standard rate through the university system. The current one with Brevard states that they pay $149 a credit hour, with the caveat is that the books are included with that. And what we have traditionally done is we provide the students books. So in talking to Ms. McMillan and Todd about this, we feel like that we'll be able to get that negotiated down to the standard rate and then us pick up the books. But we do have a conference call tomorrow with them to continue those discussions. I don't think it's going to take us long to work it out with the University of Florida. The University of Central Florida has just had some turnover in that area. I talked to them again today. So we're moving that direction. Mr. Wheeler, I don't think it's going to be a problem getting it. I don't.
I got a question. You think we can have the University of Florida program in place by August for the next school year?
Based on their response, I don't see a problem with it. Where the hitch becomes is the actual legal agreement itself, when it has to go back and forth between their general counsel and our general counsel. Sometimes it becomes a concern, but we've been able to push the ones for Valencia through. We walked it through this last one in less than a week, but they're the partner we've been working with. We're going to get it done. It's just going to take some time and negotiating through the process, and Ms. McMillan is very familiar with it, and we work hand in hand to get this done.
I will
We'll get it
share
done.
with the board what I was told by the guy from the University of Florida. He said most school districts have an aversion to it. The only reason the Broward County one got done was because there was a board member who really wanted to do it. I think this would be great for us. I can't speak for the rest of the board, but I got to believe after tonight's meeting that you got 5 people who are highly motivated to get a dual enrollment program at the University of Florida at Osceola County Schools.
Always a good time to increase the Gator Nation.
What do you really think, Rick?
Yeah, observe that.
Okay, I think, well, despite the fact that we
Okay, so I got an hour drive to Tallahassee to try to get with Florida State. Is that what we're hearing?
No, you got one. Gainesville's fine.
Gainesville's fine.
Gainesville's great. So please bring us back an update in January.
We will be able to.
That's great. That's one to
I don't think there's going to be a problem. They've been really responsive. They want to get it as much as we do.
Thank you. I think this will be really exciting. That's all I got for it. That's all I got. I thought it'd be good news.
Thank you. Board, the only other item was legislative priorities. I wanted to make sure that we go over that, and I wanted to ask about a workshop date with you guys. The previous board had instructed me to work with staff and our lobbying firm to try to move forward on the initiative with the growth management, with the high growth formula. Staff's been working diligently with myself, with our lobbyists, with our legislative delegation. But as mentioned, this is our second board meeting together. Session's going to get started up. Committees have taken place already. So I wanted to get this board's input. Let's get some discussion going. We may have completely different priorities at this point, and whatever the previous board decided is not necessarily what this board needs to do. So
We only have one board meeting in January?
January 20th.
yeah, January 20th. So what I was going to ask board is if we could do a workshop on the January 20th. We do have a public hearing which has to do with our attendance zones, but I really feel like we want to get ahead of this thing as opposed to behind it. So we'll do, yeah, I was going to say we'll do an earlier workshop so that we have enough time to kind of talk through everybody's thoughts and ideas, as well as you got information from the superintendent on some of the legislative initiatives that the district's looking at as well. So thoughts, comments?
Wait, are we in January 20th? Is that right? January 20th is a Monday. That's Martin Luther King Day.
Let's see. I don't have it all built.
I've got January, I've got my calendar open.
January 20th is a Tuesday.
January 20th. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong year. You're right.
It's the next year.
15, yeah.
You in 16 or 14?
Thanks.
Yeah, or 16, yeah.
Okay, so board, are we good for that?
I got a little confused. Do we have multiple things on the workshop agenda, or just this?
I'd like for us to just tackle legislative initiatives.
I would too.
I agree.
What I don't want to do is get there and not have, just want to make sure we have time to have that discussion and finalize it. Is that early enough?
3 o'clock. Want to do 2?
Your Osceola legislative delegation meeting is on the 15th of January.
Right.
Do you want to have a workshop before that?
You want to be in front of that.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
How about the 13th? We don't have a board meeting. Or the 12th?
The only, John, you're still here. Part of the issue if we did it on the 13th, and I agree, we do need to get it done before the delegation meeting. Part of the reason for the problem with that, though, is that would only give you 2 days to turn around anything that this board discusses and kind of gives some direction on. The other thing, board, is it wouldn't give us the opportunity, because we're just having a workshop, to actually vote and take any official action on
Make it a special
anything.
meeting. You can make it a special meeting.
Yeah, but we can just have some, I get it, but we can have some conversation.
I'm not in town on the 13th,
Well, I was actually going to ask, what if we pushed it up just a few more days into the week of the 5th, the latter part? Mr.
Is there a board meeting on the 6th?
No.
I'm not here the early part.
The 9th, yeah, I could probably do the 9th.
It's a Friday.
If we could do it earlier, it'd be good. Would you?
I would need to do it earlier.
9th, you want to do 10 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning? Okay, 8 o'clock?
One thing I would say is that I'm sure that Miss Luciana would like to participate in that, and she will not be back from her leave until, I think, that following Monday.
We may not have time.
Well, Clarence, when are you back? When are you
I'm
out?
leaving on the 10th, and I don't get back until...
Let's do it on the 9th. I mean, if she can't make it, maybe she can conference in. Because the meeting's on the 15th, and, we need Clarence there.
So we're doing this because we want to get together before the 15th,
Correct.
All right, I mean, seeing the difficulty that we're having,
It's not difficult.
yes, it is, because the superintendent wants to attend. And we have a board meeting, a board member is gonna be out of town. Really, can we just go after the 15th this one time, or?
I think the problem is that the delegation is there looking for direction from us on what it is that's going to be our priorities for them going into the next session.
Yeah, we got to do the 9th, because Clarence can make it.
And so, and board, so you know, the delegation does know that the board had been looking at this high-growth formula. So, I mean, so that is something, and it's my hope that
Here's what
that
I want us
remains.
to be able to do at this meeting on the 15th, which I think can really set a stage for us, is we kind of got a new board. If we can walk, the consultant, if he can walk in there and really be organized, make a presentation and say, you know what, the school board's got their act together on this thing, they're moving, they know what they're looking for. I think it sets a nice stage for us.
I think you're absolutely right, because I've seen presentations before I got on the board. I saw a chairman of the school board once get up and say, I need money, I need money. Senator Webster at the time was a state senator, so what do you need? And he didn't have an answer.
Right.
I'll never forget that. And so you're absolutely right, Clarence. I think, what time on the 9th can we do this?
Anytime on the night.
Is there any reason, Ricky, can you make it during the day?
I'll be there.
Okay, well,
I mean, can we check and see if she could possibly dial in for that?
I can definitely check with her and see what her availability.
Tell her to double up on the pain meds and come on in.
How about 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock, okay?
My question would be, as far as the notification, Mr. Brown, this may be for you. Is notification just 7 days, or does it have to be 7 school days, or?
7 days calendar.
7 calendar days, okay.
Yeah, so you got plenty of time to notice it.
And we need to make it a special meeting, so we
Say,
can vote on it.
Mr. Brown, I was going to come to you on that. If we had this, we wanted to take official, I think the challenge, though,
But you've got 3 weeks.
in order for us to vote on this, we need to actually have an official school board meeting.
A special meeting.
Right.
Special meeting.
So that's more than enough days' notice. You can do a special meeting on 2 days' notice. So you're fine.
And then the question then that I have, board, is will you be prepared to have the discussion and vote on something all right then and there?
Sure.
I think we need to get some priorities too.
I think I'd absolutely be comfortable voting on some direction to move forward.
Priorities for this
Maybe something would
year.
require another discussion.
Yeah.
If we want to add something or do something else, but I think we could certainly get 80% of the way there, which is better than 100%.
Because we need to have a discussion about high growth, but we also need to have a discussion about teacher evaluations, about merit pay, about,
Well, let me ask another question for Mr. Phelps and Mr. Weissire. Seeing as how we're going to have this January 9th, which I got no problem with, and John, it's for you too, do you want us to get you, maybe each one of us, 5 or 6, 3 or 4 things that we want to go over so you can collate it and say, okay, we've got these and this, or do you want us to just bring our own 3 or 4 or 5 at that meeting? I mean, I'd like to give John and staff some heads up so that they're not coming in and all of a sudden, I don't know what you think.
I think it would be wise to, and I think it would also make sure that our consultant has the idea of kind of what we're thinking about and talking about so we can come in. Part of it is working through the strategy. We can sit and talk about 15 different things that we want to cover, but there's only so much that we can accomplish in one session, and we need to be strategic about how we go about this.
Right.
So,
And he's got some time, I mean, he can meet with us in that interim individually, and he can.
yeah, you see organizations all the time.
Formulate that too.
Yeah.
And the other thing
So
we need to-
let's get those thoughts in so that everybody kind of has an idea of kind of what everyone's looking for. Make sure that the consultant has it as well. And we can kind of go.
The one thing we all need to do though between now and then is go on the FSBA website, fsba.org, and look at, they'll have their legislative priorities on there. We may not agree with them, and we may, but we might, but we need to know that going in also. So.
Mr. Soto, are you good?
Every night, did you say 10 o'clock?
Okay.
Okay.
Miss, yeah.
I just want clarification for.
Yep. Yeah.
January
What we're
9th,
going to do
10 a.m.
is January 9th at 10 a.m. Here, we'll do a special board meeting.
And Mr. Brown, you said you only have 2 days notification?
Well, you want to get,
Seven.
7 is good, but
Because
2
our last
days,
date next week is Friday. This Friday,
so get it out.
which means we don't come back till the 5th, so that won't be 7 days.
No, let's just do it.
No.
2 days.
No, it's more than enough days. Just get the notice posted in the normal way, and it's all the number of days between the date on which the notice is posted or published.
What I think she's saying is that we need
Not
to.
just when we're in, not just.
You
when
got to
we're
do
in
it by
session.
the end of the week.
Hold on one second, guys.
What she's saying is we need to put an agenda together, put a packet together, which I would assume is only going to really just be one agenda item, and it's really not going to really be any
Plus staff
supporting
wants that,
documents
so.
that go with it. So I don't see that as a
There's
real
no backup
issue.
material or
There
anything.
shouldn't be, right. So it's just a special board meeting for January
Discuss
9th. at
legislative
10 o'clock,
priorities and
discuss
take
legislative priorities.
take action as needed.
Yep.
Let me just ask one thing. I mean, as long as it's a special meeting, and we need to stick to this. However, with that said, we did ask Dr. Akes to bring us back how much it would cost if he needs money to expand college readiness, et cetera. You don't have to have it then necessarily. You can wait till we have a board meeting, but if you have it, I would, we're meeting at 10 o'clock. I mean, I wouldn't mind making extra time for that if you had it.
I would rather just, if we could just stick with the
Sure.
one item.
Okay, I'm just
Same
giving
way.
you guys the flexibility.
And if we could, and I know Mr. Wheeler brought it up, as far as kind of sending some information, I send it to me if you don't mind, as to the topics that you'd like to consider, or the initiatives, like, yes,
Gotta
please.
give it a lunchtime.
That way it kind of gives us a little bit of, information it'll help John and the rest of the team as to, kind of what you're looking for. I mean, we may be able to have some additional information that will help you, guide you.
Mr. Chairman, so the superintendent and Tanya are okay, then there's no backup required, it's just a simple one-page notice.
It has to go up by this Friday.
Yes, ma'am, and then that's more than enough days and all is good.
Yeah, and as Mr. Thacker pointed out, I mean, we'll cover what we need to, and we'll kind of get through this, but we can have an additional conversation. I mean, session's not going to start for another, 60, 90 days after that anyway, so we'll have more time, but this way we are prepared going into our delegation meeting, and we're giving direction or making requests to our delegation based on what this board has discussed, not what the previous board has discussed, and I think that's just really important for us, so, okay? Good. Board, anything else?
I just have a couple of real fast.
Oh, that's right. I apologize. I did.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, thank you to everyone for enduring our long meeting. I think I now hold the title for the longest board meeting in recent years, and I appreciate the board allowing me to have that title.
But it was a productive meeting. We've been to long meetings that were not
It's a very productive
productive.
meeting, absolutely. You should have in front of you a revised calendar for board meetings and workshops. The items that are different are in red to help you out a little bit there. And we've already discussed that our next board meeting our official board meeting will be January 20th, but we will be adding the one for January 9th. And we have a workshop scheduled on the 27th. Reminder that the State of Education is January 28th at 7:30 a.m. at the School for the Arts. And also for all of our parents and who might be listening at this late hour, I don't know, we would like to encourage them to have their child read for 20 minutes every day at least. I know they're going to be enjoying the holiday and hopefully resting, but let's also enjoy a good book for at least 20 minutes out of the day during the break. We will be doing a couple of out dials over the course of the break just to kind of remind parents and students to do that reading while they're on break.
I'll tell my son Mr. Phelps told me to read.
We will, just a reminder, we'll be closed for winter break for the 2 weeks, and all offices will reopen again on January the 5th. And I hope everyone has a great and restful holiday break. Everyone deserves a nice little bit of time off with family and friends, and I appreciate the board and leadership team being here tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Board, anything else?
Happy New Year, happy holidays.
Motion to adjourn.
Happy holidays, everyone.